Chapter 31, The First Spirit Ring. Fortunately, he had always persisted in physical training, and the spirit power refinement from the miniature ice and fire yin-yang well meant his physical quality far surpassed that of ordinary people. His body was swelled up from the impact of the massive spirit power, and blood even seeped out from his skin surface, but his life was not endangered. I underestimated the age of this mutated poisonous illusion vine. It's actually a nearly 600-year-old poisonous illusion vine. Tang San cultivated mysterious heaven skill to train his meridians, and his first spirit ring only absorbed a 400-year spirit ring. Qi Tian's ice and fire golden body had not been completely refined, so he wasn't much stronger. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain to subdue the spirit power within his body. 2 hours later, the volatile spirit power fluctuations finally subsided. That spirit ring was absorbed by Qi Tian's spirit, becoming the blue-silver grass's first spirit ring. His spirit power also broke through to the 12th rank. Success. Qi Tian had endured pain for 2 consecutive hours. His spirit power and body had recovered to their peak, but his mental state was somewhat fatigued. He stood up, shook off the scabs on his body, reached out, and his spirit appeared. This blue-silver grass was more than twice as thick as before, appearing dark red and carrying a hint of illusionary feeling. It carried illusion poison, just like Tang San's blue-silver grass carried the poison of the datura snake. However, the skill of this spirit ring was neither releasing illusion poison nor using impalement attacks, but a skill called open black lens bracket disguise close black lens bracket. Qi Tian was slightly disappointed. He needed an offensive skill right now, but this spirit ring did not satisfy him. If only it were open black lens bracket blue silver impalement close black lens bracket. Let's try this skill first. Qi Tian's heart stirred, and the blue silver grass's first spirit ring flashed. Under the effect of the spirit ability, Qi Tian's appearance drastically changed, turning into the image of the maiden Bibi Dong. He was extremely familiar with Bibi Dong's body, so transforming into her was effortless. It only consumed a significant amount of spirit power the moment I used the spirit ability. Maintaining this state doesn't consume much. This seems like a weakened version of the Angel Set's Wisdom Spirit Bone. It's not bad, I guess. Qi Tian mused. Qian Runshui's Wisdom Spirit Bone disguise skill couldn't even be seen through by the rank 96 Chen Xin. However, Qi Tian's disguise skill wasn't that powerful. Anyone with stronger mental force than him would notice the abnormality. Qi Tian played around for a while, then reverted to his original appearance. The Spirit Beast Forest is still too dangerous. I should return to a human city first, and pick up the Spirit Soul Handbook while I'm at it. Saint Spirit Village, on the mountaintop behind Tang Hao's dilapidated blacksmith shop. Can I not call you older brother? Xiaowu and Tang San quietly watched the sun setting in the west, the sunset glow illuminating both their faces crimson red. Tang San was stunned. Why? A blush rose on Xiaowu's face, but it was concealed by the sunset glow. She didn't want to be a younger sister. Naturally, she wanted to have little rabbits with Tang San. But she explained aloud, if I call you older brother, what will my subordinates at Nuoding Academy think of me? Speaking of Nuoding Academy, Xiaowu suddenly remembered that hateful Qi Tian. He actually knew her true identity. Tang San smiled. Fine, you can still call me Little San. I'll just treat you as my younger sister in my heart. The address itself isn't important. He rolled up his sleeve, took off the silent sleeve dart on his wrist, and handed it to Xiaowu, explaining the meaning and function of the gift. Xiaowu looked at the sleeve dart, not really hearing what Tang San was saying. What should I do? Tang San is so good to me, yet I have to help an outsider steal his secrets. But Qi Tian knows my identity. If he spreads this information, I definitely won't be able to return to the Star Do Great Forest. If she wanted safety, she could only return to the Star Do Great Forest and seek the protection of Daming and Erming. But this place was 2,000 or 3,000 li from the edge of the Star Do Great Forest. At her speed, it would take at least 5 or 6 days to rush back. She couldn't escape at all. Third brother, for the sake of revenge, this is the only thing I can do. We are siblings. As your older brother, it's only right that you take care of me, your younger sister, right? In the end, Xiaowu made her decision, preparing to help Qi extract Tang San's cultivation secret technique. She believed that after Qi got what he wanted, he definitely wouldn't reveal her information. Because no human spirit master wouldn't want the spirit ring and spirit bone of 100,000-year spirit beast. Since Qi couldn't absorb her spirit ring and spirit bone yet, he would certainly conceal this matter until he could absorb them. HMPH, his spirit is just blue-silver grass. With my innate full spirit power and the aptitude of a transformed spirit beast, by the time he breaks through to that realm, I won't have to fear human-titled Douluo anymore. Xiaowu planned to kill Qi when the time came, so Tang San's secret technique would not be considered leaked. Xiaowu, what are you thinking? Tang San noticed Xiaowu was distracted. Xiaowu snapped back and smiled. Gaige, how about I call you by your name in front of others, and call you San Gaige when we're alone? All right. Tang San laughed heartily. Gaige, I was just thinking, since you gave the silent sleeve dart to me, what will you use? Tang San smiled confidently. I don't need this. Watch that mosquito. Using Mysterious Heaven skill internal force, he channeled the techniques from Mysterious Jade Hand and 100. Solutions for hidden weapons, shooting out a steel needle. The steel needle pierced through the mosquito's wing, pinning it to a nearby tree trunk. Xiaowu gasped, thinking, that scumbag Qi, he must want this secret technique, right? But Little San never used this move at the academy. How did he know about it? Watching Tang San show off his skill, Xiaowu quickly clapped, praising him. Gaige, you're amazing. Can I learn this skill? Tang San was very satisfied with Xiaowu's adoration. Having a younger sister diluted the loneliness caused by his father's departure. Xiaowu, this move requires a special method of spirit power circulation. You won't be able to learn it, Tang San said. Xiaowu stepped forward, grabbed Tang San's recently rolled up sleeve, and whined, Gaige, just teach me. Let me try it out. Tang San couldn't resist and could only say, all right, I'll only teach it once, and you absolutely cannot spread it. Okay. Xiaowu's eyes lit up, waiting for Tang San's explanation. Tang San reluctantly told Xiaowu the cultivation method of the Mysterious Heaven skill, and circulated Mysterious Heaven skill internal force through Xiaowu's body once. Xiaowu, this is called Mysterious Heaven skill. The internal force cultivated by it is different from your spirit power. Unless you disperse cultivation and restart, you won't be able to cultivate Mysterious Heaven skill. Tang San stated. If you can't cultivate Mysterious Heaven skill, you can't use Mysterious Heaven skill internal force to practice Mysterious Jade Hand and fire these hidden weapons, which is why I said you can't learn it. Xiaowu felt it out and said, then forget it. I don't want to lose my spirit power and restart cultivation. Otherwise, how can I still be the big sister boss of the academy? At the same time, she was secretly delighted. Since this cultivation method requires eliminating spirit power first, wouldn't Qi be unable to cultivate it? If that was the case, leaking the secret to Qi wouldn't cause any harm to Tang San. Thinking this, Xiaowu's sense of guilt largely dissipated. Third brother, it's getting dark. Let's go home now, Xiaowu said happily. Chapter 32, Disguise, Obtaining the Mysterious Heaven skill. Fortunately, he had always persisted in physical training, and the spirit power from the small ice and fire yin-yang well had tempered his body, making his physical constitution far surpass that of ordinary people. His body was swollen from the impact of the immense spirit power, and blood even seeped out from the surface of his skin, but his life was not endangered. I underestimated the age of this mutated poisonous illusion vine. It's actually a poisonous illusion vine that is nearly 600 years old. Tang San cultivated the Mysterious Heaven skill to train his meridians, and his first spirit ring only absorbed a 400-year spirit ring. Qi ice and fire golden body had not been completely refined yet, so he wasn't much stronger. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he persisted in subduing the spirit power within his body. An hour later, the violent spirit power fluctuations finally subsided. That spirit ring was absorbed by Qi spirit, becoming the blue-silver grass's first spirit ring. His spirit power also broke through to rank 12. Success. Qi had endured 2 hours of continuous pain. His spirit power and body had recovered to their peak, but his mental state was somewhat exhausted. He stood up, shook off the blood scabs on his skin, and with a wave of his hand, his spirit appeared. This blue-silver grass was more than twice as thick as before, appearing dark red and carrying a hint of illusion. It carried illusionary poison, just like Tang San's blue-silver grass carried the poison of the datura snake. However, the ability of this spirit ring was neither releasing illusionary poison nor using stake attacks, but an ability called open black lens bracket disguise close black lens bracket. Qian was somewhat disappointed. He currently needed an offensive ability, but this spirit ring did not satisfy him. If only it had been open black lens bracket blue silver stake close black lens bracket. Let's try this ability first. Qian thought, and the blue silver grass's first spirit ring flashed. Under the effect of the spirit ring ability, Qian's appearance changed drastically, transforming into the likeness of the young Bibi Dong. He was extremely familiar with Bibi Dong's body, so the transformation was effortless. Only the instant I used the spirit ability consumed a significant amount of spirit power. Maintaining this state doesn't consume much. This seems to be a weakened version of the Angel Set's Wisdom Spirit Bone. It doesn't seem bad, Qian mused. The disguise ability from Qian Runshui's Wisdom Spirit Bone could deceive even rank 96 Chen Xin. However, Qian's disguise ability was not that powerful. Anyone with stronger mental force than him would notice the anomaly. Qian played around for a while before reverting to his original appearance. The Spirit Beast Forest is still too dangerous. I should return to a human city first and pick up the Spirit Soul Handbook. Saint Spirit Village, on the mountaintop behind Tang Hao's broken blacksmith shop. Can I stop calling you brother? Xiaowu and Tang San quietly watched the sun setting in the west, the afterglow of the sunset illuminating their faces crimson red. Tang San was stunned. Why? A faint blush rose on Xiaowu's face, but it was concealed by the sunset's afterglow. She didn't want to be a younger sister. Naturally, she wanted to have little rabbits with Tang San. However, she explained aloud, if I call you brother, what will my little subordinates at Nuoding Academy think of me? Mentioning Nuoding Academy, Xiaowu suddenly thought of that hateful Qian. He actually knew her identity. Tang San smiled. All right, you can still call me Little San. I'll just treat you as my sister in my heart. Titles aren't important. He rolled up his sleeve, took off the silent sleeve dart on his wrist, and handed it to Xiaowu, explaining the meaning and function of this gift. Xiaowu looked at the sleeve dart, not hearing clearly what Tang San was saying at all. What should I do? Tang San is so good to me, yet I have to help an outsider steal his secrets. But Qian knows my identity. If he spreads this matter, I definitely won't be able to return to the Star Do Great Forest. If she wanted safety, she could only return to the Star Do Great Forest and seek protection from Daming and Erming. But this place was 2,000 to 3,000 miles away from the edge of the Star Do Great Forest. At her speed, it would take at least 5 or 6 days to rush back. She couldn't escape at all. Third brother, for the sake of revenge, I can only do this. We are siblings. As the older brother, it's only right for you to look after me, your younger sister, right? In the end, Xiaowu made a decision, preparing to help Qian extract Tang San's cultivation secret method. She believed that once Qian got what he wanted, he definitely wouldn't reveal her information. Because no human spirit master wouldn't want the spirit ring and spirit bone of a 100,000-year spirit beast. Since Qian couldn't absorb her spirit ring and spirit bone yet, he would definitely keep this matter a secret until the time he could absorb her spirit ring and spirit bone. HMPH, his spirit is just blue-silver grass. With my innate full spirit power and the aptitude of a transformed soul beast, by the time he breaks through to that realm, I won't have to fear human-titled Douluo anymore. Xiaowu planned to kill Qian when the time came, so Tang San's secret method wouldn't count as leaked. Xiaowu, what are you thinking about? Tang San noticed Xiaowu was distracted. Xiaowu snapped back to reality and smiled. Gaige, how about I call you by your name in front of others, and call you San Gaige when we're alone? All right. Tang San smiled happily. Gaige, I was just thinking, since you gave me this silent sleeve dart, what will you use yourself? Tang San smiled confidently, I don't need this. Watch that. Mosquito. Using Mysterious Heaven skill internal force, he activated the techniques from Mysterious Jade Hand and 100 solutions for hidden weapons, shooting out a steel needle. The steel needle actually passed through the mosquito's wing, pinning it to a nearby tree trunk. Xiao Wu gasped, thinking, that bastard Qian must want this secret technique, right? But Little San never used this move at the academy. How did he know about it? Xiao Wu watched Tang San show off his skill, quickly clapped her hands, and praised him, Gaige, you're amazing. Can I learn this technique? Tang San was very satisfied with Xiao Wu's adoration. Having a sister diluted the loneliness caused by his father's departure considerably. Xiao Wu, this move requires a special method for circulating spirit power. You won't be able to learn it, said Tang San. Xiao Wu stepped forward, grabbed the sleeve Tang San had just rolled up, and pleaded, Gaige, just teach me. Let me try it out. Tang San couldn't resist and could only say, all right, I'll only teach it once, and you must not spread it. Okay. Xiao Wu's eyes lit up as she waited for Tang San's explanation. Tang San reluctantly told Xiao Wu the cultivation method of the Mysterious Heaven skill and circulated Mysterious Heaven skill internal force once inside Xiao Wu's body. Xiao Wu, this is called the Mysterious Heaven skill. The internal force cultivated by it is different from your spirit power. Unless you disperse your cultivation and start over, you cannot cultivate the Mysterious Heaven skill, said Tang San. If you can't cultivate the Mysterious Heaven skill, you can't use Mysterious Heaven skill internal force to practice Mysterious Jade Hand and launch these hidden weapons, which is why I said you can't learn it. Xiao Wu felt it out and said, then forget it. I don't want to lose my spirit power and cultivate again, otherwise how can I be the big sister boss of the academy? At the same time, she was secretly delighted. Since this cultivation method required dispersing spirit power before cultivation, wouldn't Qian be unable to practice it? If that were the case, leaking the secret to Qian wouldn't cause any harm to Tang San. With this thought, the guilt in Xiao Wu's heart largely dissipated. Third brother, it's getting dark, let's go home, Xiao Wu said happily. Chapter 33, Xiao Wu, don't look back, I'm your third brother. Because Tang Hao wasn't in Saint Spirit Village, Tang San and Xiao Wu didn't stay long at their home in Saint Spirit Village. The next day, they returned to Nuoding City. In Nuoding City, Tang San could not only work part-time at Shisan blacksmith shop, taking scraps to forge hidden weapons, but also receive guidance from Yu Shaogang. It was much more worthwhile than staying in Saint Spirit Village. In the morning, Tang San was wielding the disorder-splitting wind hammer method in the blacksmith shop, forging a piece of pig iron. Suddenly, he looked up and gazed outside the blacksmith shop, but saw no one. Strange, I clearly felt someone watching me. Could it be Uncle Shi-san wanting to learn the disorder-splitting wind hammer method? Tang San glanced at Shi-san, but didn't notice anything unusual. Forget it, true transmission is a single phrase, false transmission is 10,000 volumes. Even if they saw it, they wouldn't be able to learn it. Tang San continued to swing his forging hammer, beginning to refine the pig iron into fine iron. Half a year ago, when he first started the disorder-splitting wind hammer method, it took months to forge fine iron. Now, it only took a few days. This raised his salary from 1 silver coin to 5 silver coins, and he could also use the materials here to forge hidden weapons. Tang San was very content with such a life. In a corner Tang San didn't notice, Qian turned and walked towards Nuoding Academy. Since Tang San is here, I can safely go find Xiao Wu. Qian thought to himself. Qian didn't use the main entrance. He took a shortcut through the back mountain of Nuoding Academy, entering the academy directly and heading straight for the dormitories. At the dormitory entrance, Qian noticed that in dormitory 7, only Xiao Wu was bored, passing the time. The other work-study students had all taken advantage of the holiday to find part-time jobs and earn money. She was a transformed spirit beast. During her infancy she didn't need to cultivate, she only needed to absorb popularity to unseal her cultivation. Only upon entering the maturity would she become a true human and could cultivate like one. So she was very bored when Tang San wasn't around, and she didn't want to work for money. The 6 or 7 silver coins she owed Tang San had not been repaid yet. Qi Tian's heart stirred, and he activated his first spirit ability, disguise, transforming into Tang San's appearance. Xiaowu felt a spirit power fluctuation behind her. With a glance from the corner of her eye, she saw it was Tang San, so she pretended not to notice, sitting on the bed facing away from the door, lost in thought. Qi Tian slowly came behind her, then suddenly reached out and hugged her, covering her eyes. Xiao Wu, guess who I am? Qi Tian asked. Xiao Wu's heart pounded rapidly. She thought, has third brother, this blockhead, finally come to his senses? Third brother, stop messing around. Why are you back so early today? Is there nothing to do at the blacksmith shop? Xiao Wu said, blushing. Qi Tian released her eyes and grabbed her hands from behind. You guessed right, I am your third brother. Now guess what I'm going to do next? Qi Tian asked. Xiao Wu demurred, third brother, how would I know what you're going to do? You're not going to sleep with me, are you? Qi Tian was stunned, almost run over by Xiao Wu's speed. This old rabbit. Xiao Wu, what nonsense are you spouting? Qi Tian said, while undoing the silent sleeve dart on her wrist. Xiao Wu didn't notice Qi Tian's small movements and continued to drive. I forgot you're still young, third brother. Do you want sister Xiao Wu to teach you? Qi Tian ignored her. After undoing the silent sleeve dart on her wrist, he immediately bound her with blue silver grass. Third brother, what are you doing? Xiao Wu was a little embarrassed, thinking, Tang San wanted to try some new positions. At this moment, Qi Tian dispelled his spirit ability, returning to his original appearance and voice. Xiao Wu, look who I am. Qi Tian said. You detestable Qi Tian, how could it be you? Xiao Wu's face flushed red. She had just been so shameful, making such a base display in front of Qi Tian. She had thought Tang San had finally come to his senses and wanted to tease him a bit. But it turned out the person hugging her was Qi Tian. That's your spirit ability. Xiao Wu suddenly realized. This spirit ability was too insidious. It could even transform into someone else's appearance, and she hadn't even noticed. What? If I'm not Tang San, you can't teach me. Qi Tian laughed. You. Xiao Wu's face flushed, and she tried to break free from Qi Tian's blue-silver grass spirit. However, Qi Tian's blue-silver grass spirit, having absorbed the spirit ring of the mutated poisonous illusion vine, inherently carried illusionary poison and had also become much thicker. She was already slightly poisoned at this point, and surprisingly couldn't even muster the thought of breaking free from the blue-silver grass spirit. In a daze, Xiao Wu seemed to hear Tang San asking her again, Xiao Wu, do you remember the mysterious heaven skill I taught you before? Xiao Wu didn't know if she was truly poisoned or just pretending to be confused. This was perfect. If Tang San found out about this later, she could use the excuse of being affected by illusionary poison to deflect it. She directly said, third brother, I remember. Good, then recite it once and demonstrate it once. Qi Tian said. Okay. Xiao Wu began to explain the cultivation method of mysterious heaven skill, various key points, methods for opening meridians, and so on. Unfortunately, she couldn't demonstrate it, only explain it verbally. After Qi Tian memorized the mysterious heaven skill, he then scrambled the order and had Xiao Wu explain it a few more times to prevent her from faking it. After confirming it was correct, Qi Tian nodded with satisfaction, preparing to leave. Wait a moment. Xiao Wu suddenly sobered up. Her poisoning wasn't deep at all, and Qi Tian hadn't increased the dosage. What's wrong? What do you want to do with me, your third brother? Qi Tian laughed. Bah, you detestable Qi Tian, give me back the silent sleeve dart. That's a gift from third brother. Xiao Wu said. Give it back to you. Can't you just have Tang San make you another one? Xiao Wu felt like she was about to explode with anger, but she didn't dare to do anything to Qi Tian. If his backup plan worked, it would be troublesome. The exposure of her transformed spirit beast identity would be a true catastrophe. Qi Tian, this silent sleeve dart is his first work, he'll find out. When I get other hidden weapons later, I'll give it to you, okay? Xiao Wu pleaded. Qi Tian laughed heartily, you said that, I didn't force you. He placed the silent sleeve dart on the ground, then quickly left Dormitory 7 and exited Nuoding Academy, this place of trouble. As soon as Qian left, the thick blue-silver grass on Xiaowu's body immediately dissipated. Xiaowu got off the bed, picked up the silent sleeve dart, her heart filled with extreme bitterness, her eyes red, tears rolling down. After being a big sister boss in human society for a semester, to fall to such a state, she felt despair. You detestable Qian, if I don't get revenge for this, I'm not Sister Xiaowu. When I enter the soul transformation stage, I will definitely eat all your blue-silver grass and torture you slowly. Xiaowu said hatefully. Transformed spirit beasts are divided into infancy, maturity, and soul transformation stage. After entering the soul transformation stage, she would be able to recover all her strength from before her transformation, preparing for godhood. At that time, even if the information about her being a transformed spirit beast leaked, others would have to weigh whether it was worth it to besiege her for her spirit ring and spirit bone. Chapter 34, Bibi Dong's Ambition. After Qian obtained the mysterious heaven skill from Xiaowu, he immediately left Nuoding City. Actually, Qian wanted to go to the valley outside Saint Spirit Village to find Yin's spirit bone, but he wasn't sure of Tang Hao's current location, so he temporarily gave up on that idea. Qian remembered that after the first semester, Tang Hao went to find Yu Xiaoging, asking him to take good care of Tang San, as he had something important to do. He didn't know if he went to take revenge on Spirit Hall, to gather intelligence, or to the valley waterfall to accompany his deceased wife, Yin. Since he didn't know, Qian wouldn't put himself in danger. Anyway, when Tang San reports to Shrek Academy 5 years later, Tang Hao will go with him, and that will be the absolutely safe time to steal the spirit bone. Shrek Academy is so close to the Star Do Great Forest that Xiaowu can run away at any time, and Qian doesn't believe Tang Hao wouldn't follow. So where should I cultivate? He was lucky to obtain his first spirit ring, but he couldn't guarantee that obtaining the second spirit ring would be as smooth. Therefore, Qian still needed to add a layer of insurance for himself, joining a force to temporarily settle down and cultivate. Joining Spirit Hall or a sect will seal my future, so my best choice is to join an academy first. The academy most suitable for blue-silver grass should be Plant Academy. Plant Academy can pass through the preliminaries of the Advanced Spirit Master Academy tournament and defeat Elephant Armored Academy, so their strength is definitely not weak. Since they dare to call themselves by that name, their environment must be very suitable for plant spirit masters to cultivate, and they must have a lot of research on plant spirits. First, let's go check out Plant Academy. Qian thought to himself. Under the Heaven Do Empire, there are 5 kingdoms, and among the 15 spots for the finals in Spirit City, 10 are divided among the subordinate duchies and kingdoms. Plant Academy is in the Sylphs Kingdom, located in the south near the Star Do Great Forest, where plants thrive. The Sylphs Kingdom is adjacent to the Heaven Do City-State, the Balak Kingdom, and the Star Do Great Forest, making it a treasure land. Once Qian determined his goal, he hurried towards Plant Academy in the Sylphs Kingdom. 19 years ago, in the early morning, Qian once again woke up inside Bibi Dong's body. At this time, she had already, at Qian's suggestion, avoided Spirit Hall surveillance and arrived outside Heaven Do City. Qian indulged himself for a bit and found that Bibi Dong seemed to have grown a little more. How is it? Have you researched anything? Qian asked. Bibi Dong knew Qian was referring to the 10-headed fierce young serpent, and she truthfully said, no. Then let's go to the ice and fire yin-yang well first and use the cold spring water there to freeze the 10-headed fierce young serpent's corpse. You can research it later when you become stronger, perhaps you'll discover something, Qian suggested. Okay, what should I do next? Bibi Dong asked. Qian thought for a moment and said, aren't you already at rank 60? Go to Sunset Forest to obtain a spirit ring first, and while you're there, get some spring water. And then? Bibi Dong asked. Having broken free from Spirit Hall and Qian Xunji's arrangements, she was somewhat at a loss for what to do. While cultivating, establish your own faction within Spirit Hall, so that when you return to Spirit City, you won't be reduced to a reproductive tool. Bibi Dong's heart stirred, and she quickly asked, you're from the future, so you should know some geniuses I can recruit, right? Yes, I have a candidate here. Her name is Luer Long, the illegitimate daughter of Yu Luomian of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Her spirit is a mutated fire dragon, and her cultivation talent is good. If you can win her over, you can also establish a connection with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, preparing to control them in the future. Luer Long. Bibi Dong felt something was off, and her woman's intuition kicked in. Is she very beautiful? She's all right, Qi Tian said. Then how does she compare to me? Bibi Dong asked. Qi Tian immediately realized this was a trick question and quickly replied, naturally, you are more beautiful. HMPH. Bibi Dong didn't deny it, she was confident in her beauty. Then how should I win her over? Bibi Dong asked. Qi Tian recounted the plan he had previously told Luer Long to Bibi Dong. Luer Long is Yu Shaoging's cousin. Yu Shaoging, Flender, and Luer Long can perform a martial soul fusion skill. Yu Shaoging might have noticed this and has been relentlessly pursuing Luer Long, even harboring improper thoughts about her. Since they are siblings, it's not convenient for Luer Long to kill Yu Shaoging, so you can help her solve this problem. When Bibi Dong heard Yu Shaoging's name, she didn't react for a moment. She had stayed in Slaughter City for 2 years and almost forgot about Yu Shaoging. If Qi Tian hadn't mentioned him, she wouldn't have recalled him. Yu Shaoging actually harbors improper thoughts about his cousin. Did you know this from the future as well? Bibi Dong felt it was unbelievable. Qi Tian said, that's right, in the future, they even made quite a name for themselves on the continent through their martial soul fusion skill. After hearing this, Bibi Dong felt a wave of disgust. If it weren't for Qi Tian's appearance, she too might have been attracted by Yu Shaoging's talent. And why did she always encounter such things, her teacher coveting her, and Yu Shaoging coveting his cousin? Qi Tian said he didn't know, and that might be a question for Tang San. All right, I'll help with this. Bibi Dong said. Doing this would not only relieve the pent-up frustration in her heart but also win over a talented spirit master. It was a win-win situation for her. A Luer Long who has absorbed and consumed an immortal herb definitely has the potential to become a titled Douluo and can indeed be an asset to Bibi Dong. Your choice is correct. When you become the Supreme Pontiff and Luer Long becomes a titled Douluo, you can support her to become the sect master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. By then, when you unify the continent and establish the Spirit Empire, you will have one more helper and one less obstacle, Qi Tian said. Bibi Dong was stunned after hearing this. Unify the continent, establish the Spirit Empire. That's right, this is what you will do in the future, and the Douluo continent should be unified. As long as Bibi Dong doesn't act foolishly, she definitely has the ability to achieve this. Bibi Dong was somewhat excited after hearing this. She had only thought about becoming the Supreme Pontiff before, but Qi Tian said she could unify the Douluo continent. Did I succeed in the future? Bibi Dong asked. Qi Tian didn't discourage her, replying, I don't know. Bibi Dong didn't press further. She had already guessed that in Qi Tian's future, she probably hadn't unified the continent yet. I will definitely unify the Douluo continent and become the Empress of the Spirit Empire. Bibi Dong declared. Qi Tian secretly rejoiced. Becoming an empress is good, he likes empresses. The next day, Qi Tian woke up again in Luer Long's body. Luer Long had already returned to Lu family village outside Heaven Do City to spend the new year with her mother. Benefactor, you're here. Luer Long was very happy. Yes, how is Aunt's illness? Qi Tian asked. Her root cause of illness has been completely resolved. According to her, her current state is even better than when she was young. Qi Tian breathed a sigh of relief. This was one of his tasks and could not fail. Now, as long as he handled Yu Shaoging's matter, his mission would be complete. Chapter 35, First Meeting with Bibi Dong. Qi Tian and Luer Long hadn't chatted for long when they heard someone knocking on the door outside. Who is it? Visiting so early, could it be mother's friend? Luer Long asked curiously in Qi Tian's mind. At this moment, Luer Long's mother also said from the kitchen, Long, go see who's here. Qi Tian said, okay, mother, I'll go see. Because Luer Long's mother's illness was cured, Luer Long also had enough money. So, she renovated their house and enclosed a small courtyard outside. Qian came to the small courtyard, opened the gate, and saw a stunning woman in a black dress standing at the entrance. She was a bit shorter than Luo Long, about 1.7 meters tall, and had a very curvaceous figure. The only noticeable thing about her appearance was her icy cold expression, radiating a murderous aura that made her unapproachable. Bibi Dong, why is she here today? Qian was startled. At the same time, Luo Long and Bibi Dong were both struck by each other's beauty. It was also Qian's first time seeing Bibi Dong from this perspective, and the experience of appreciating her beauty was completely different from seeing her in a mirror. Bibi Dong has such a strong murderous aura. I wonder if it will affect her. I wonder if Moon Pavilion exists at this time, otherwise, Bibi Dong could go there and stay for half a year under an assumed name. Qian snapped back to reality, looking at the beauty in front of him and asking, "Hello, who are you looking for?" Bibi Dong forced herself to soften her attitude and said, "Hello, I am Bibi Dong. You must be Luo Long, right?" Before Qian could reply, Luo Long reacted, a sense of crisis rising in her heart, and she spoke in Qian's mind. "Benefactor, who is she? She's quite beautiful. She should be from Spirit Hall, here to recruit you. You can use her to deal with Yu Shaoging's troubles." After speaking, Qian pretended not to know her and said to Bibi Dong, "Are you looking for me? Do we know each other?" In fact, Qian was more than familiar with Bibi Dong, but he couldn't expose himself to prevent Bibi Dong from having other ideas. Just then, Luo Long's mother called out from the courtyard, "Long, why don't you invite the guest inside?" Qian feigned formality and invited Bibi Dong into the house. "What a beautiful girl. Long, you keep your friend company. I'll go to the market to buy some groceries and cook you some good dishes." With that, she left the house to buy groceries. "I am the personal disciple of the current Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, and also the future Supreme Pontiff." Bibi Dong introduced herself. After the introduction, she went straight to the point. "I heard your cultivation talent is quite good, so I want to invite you to join Spirit Hall. What do you think?" Coupled with her icy tone, she hardly seemed to be inviting someone. "Benefactor, you were right, she really is from Spirit Hall. And she's the Supreme Pontiff's disciple. Do you two know each other?" Luo Long asked. Luo Long didn't question how Bibi Dong knew about her, because her spirit was awakened at the Spirit Hall in the village. According to Spirit Hall's records, in the past 100 years on the Douluo continent, there have only been 19 spirit masters with innate full spirit power. So, a spirit master like her, with innate spirit power as high as rank 8, could be considered a decent genius. Qian lied, "I've heard her name, but I don't know her personally." "So, what do you say? Will you consider joining the future Supreme Pontiff's command?" Actually, when Luo Long awakened her spirit, a Spirit Hall deacon had invited her, but at that time, she listened to her mother. Her mother refused Spirit Hall's invitation, citing her father as a powerful spirit master. But now, Luo Long had no feelings for her biological father, so she naturally wouldn't consider the stance of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. "Clan. Benefactor, do you think I should join?" Qian honestly said, "You can join, but you shouldn't get too deeply involved, and don't sacrifice your life for her." None of the titled Douluo who stayed by Bibi Dong's side had a good ending, they were all completely annihilated. However, Luo Long held strategic significance for Bibi Dong, so she certainly wouldn't be treated that way. Instead of having Luo Long risk her life, it would be more valuable for Spirit Hall to have her subdue the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. "Okay, I'll listen to Benefactor," Luo Long said. Upon hearing Luo Long agree, Qian replied to Bibi Dong, "Your Holiness, the Holy Maiden, what benefits would I gain from joining Spirit Hall?" Benefits. Bibi Dong was momentarily stunned. After she became the Supreme Pontiff in the future, she was actually a bit stingy, even close guards like Chrysanthemum Douluo didn't get a spirit bone. So, Qian planned to change her nature. Bibi Dong suddenly remembered that Luo Long had a fire dragon martial soul, and she happened to have an inner elixir of a 10-headed fierce young serpent. She herself was immune to poisons and didn't have a fire attribute spirit, so this inner elixir was useless to her, she might as well give it away. Originally, she wanted to give it to Ling Yan, but she didn't know when she would return to Spirit Hall. By then, Ling Yan might have already broken through to Spirit Douluo, making the inner elixir useless to her. Bibi Dong took out the inner elixir from her spirit tool and handed it to Luer Long, saying, "This is my sincerity. This inner elixir is from an ancient primordial exotic beast, the 10-headed fierce young serpent. You can refine it into your spirit ring." Luer Long was delighted to hear this. She was currently at rank 48, and in the new year, she could break through to rank 50. This inner elixir came at just the right time. Seeing that Luer Long didn't have a storage spirit tool, Bibi Dong handed her a bracelet. "I see you don't have a storage spirit tool. Here's one, and it also contains some gold coins for your cultivation." Bibi Dong was truly wealthy and generous. She had just come out of Slaughter City, and although those fallen ones were imprisoned there, they still had some good things on them. She had collected several such storage spirit tools. Moreover, those fallen ones also needed to eat and dress, so they all had some money on them. This was also the reason why Spirit Hall provided supplies to Slaughter City, nothing else, just profit. The wealth plundered by the fallen ones from outside would all be earned back by Spirit Hall once they entered Slaughter City. Bibi Dong had killed thousands of fallen ones there, accumulating a considerable amount of wealth. Qian took the storage bracelet, and with a sweep of his spirit power, found that it contained 10,000 gold coins, enough to buy several pieces of whale glue. "Thank you, Your Holiness, the Holy Maiden. I am willing to join your command and serve you," Qian said, feigning sincerity. Luer Long in his mind was also shocked by Bibi Dong's generosity. She originally only joined Spirit Hall because of Qian's suggestion, but now, Bibi Dong had given too much. "Benefactor, isn't it a bit improper to accept her things like this?" Luer Long felt a little uneasy. "It's fine, you're worth this price, but you must protect yourself in the future." Qian comforted her. After Qian finished speaking, he pretended to tell Bibi Dong about his current predicament. Bibi Dong also readily agreed to help her deal with Yu Shaoging, further strengthening their relationship. Chapter 36, Yu Shaoging's Public Humiliation. In the year 2617 of the Douluo calendar, outside Heaven Do City, outside the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, the young Yu Shaoging and Flender arrived here. "Flender, I was just poisoned by an illusion back then. You have to believe me, I couldn't possibly have such thoughts about my own cousin." Yu Shaoging explained earnestly, he didn't want to lose Flender's help. "And I didn't say anything like that at all, Flender. You must have been affected by the illusion poison back then too, and just misheard. Am I really such a shameless person in your eyes?" Yu Shaoging asked. Flender also had some doubts, wondering if he had misunderstood at the time. Although his spirit power was high, his spirit was not the fire dragon martial soul of extreme fire like Luer Long's, so his poison resistance was not high. So he had also been poisoned by the illusion, it was just that the symptoms were relatively mild. "I'm sorry, Shaoging, I misunderstood you." Flender expressed his apology. Yu Shaoging breathed a sigh of relief. He had been explaining for the past few days, and finally, the misunderstanding was cleared. "HMPH, if I hadn't been expelled from the family, why would I be so devoted to a spirit ancestor?" Yu Shaoging secretly resented. Flender's talent was ordinary, with innate full spirit power of just over 6 levels. His talent in a large clan could only be considered average. Not to mention, Yu Shaoging had read many books from Spirit Hall and knew that there were as many geniuses in this world as there were stars. In the past century alone, there were 19 spirit masters with innate full spirit power recorded in Spirit Hall. But Yu Shaoging had no one to use, so he could only coax Flender to protect him, otherwise, he would have to be extremely careful even when traveling the continent. Yu Shaoging said, "It's all right, Flender, I don't blame you. If anyone's to blame, it's that mutated poisonous illusion. Vine, how about I visit my parents this time and introduce you to second uncle?" Flender's eyes lit up. He naturally knew that the second uncle Yu Shaoging mentioned was Luer Long's biological father. He admired Luer Long, and no matter what, getting to know Luer Long's father was a good thing. "Shaoging, you're my brother for life. Although Yu Shaogang had been expelled from the family, he still maintained ties, and the two easily entered the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan's sect gate. But as soon as they entered the clan grounds, they heard people discussing him. Did you hear? The clan chief's eldest son, that good-for-nothing who was kicked out, actually lusted after the second elder's daughter. Yes, I heard the second elder's daughter has good talent, she's almost a spirit king before she's even 20. I heard she's been living outside and refuses to return to the clan because of that good-for-nothing's harassment. That shameless good-for-nothing, expelling him from the family 2.5 years ago was too lenient, and he wasted so many family resources. Who told him to be the clan chief's son? What if he's the clan chief's son? We all have the blood of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon flowing through us, who is nobler than whom? I heard that good-for-nothing even joined Spirit Hall and became a traitor. Shish tilde quiet, that good-for-nothing is back. Yu Shaogang's expression changed. How did this matter get back to the sect? Was it Lu Erlong who did it? Shaogang, do you want me to explain for you? Flender was a witness and could indeed help testify. Yu Shaogang quickly shook his head and said, no need, a clear conscience needs no explanation. He actually already had an idea. Explaining would be useless because this scandal must have been spread with the tacit approval of the higher-ups. Someone wanted to use this to attack his father's lineage of spirit masters and vie for benefits. His second uncle might even be involved. Let's go, we're leaving immediately. Staying here would only lead to social death and make Yu Yuanjun look bad as a target. It was better to leave directly. After leaving, Yu Yuanjun could still use the excuse that Yu Shaogang had been expelled from the sect to disavow the matter, so he couldn't stay here. Sigh, Shaogang, aren't we going to see your second uncle? Flender was a little reluctant to leave. Yu Shaogang didn't explain, pulling Flender and heading out of the clan grounds. But the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan's clan grounds were not small. With thousands of spirit masters in the inner and outer gates, plus ordinary people, there were tens of thousands. A clan ground with so many people living in it was equivalent to a small city. Before Yu Shaogang even left, the news of his return home had spread. Before long, Yu Luomian arrived, blocking the main gate of the clan grounds. Shaogang, it's rare for you to return, why are you in such a hurry to leave without even seeing your second uncle? Yu Luomian said with a smile. Yu Shaogang's heart sank, thinking, sure enough, second uncle is also involved in this. Family resources were limited, such as inherited spirit bones, medicinal quotas, usage time for training grounds, and gold coins, these all had to be contended for. Second uncle, I am already an abandoned disciple of the family, I have no face to see father and the elders. Yu Shaogang explained. Flender looked at the tall and robust Yu Luomian and wanted to introduce himself, but Yu Luomian didn't give him the chance. Shaogang, Erlong wrote me a letter, and she seems to have some complaints about you. How about I take you to apologize to Erlong, and let this matter pass? Yu Luomian suggested. He keenly sensed that taking down Yu Shaogang to please his daughter was a good opportunity to improve their father-daughter relationship. Lu Erlong's outstanding cultivation talent made it worth doing so. Yu Shaogang's expression changed. Going to Lu Erlong to admit his mistake would indirectly admit that he indeed lusted after his cousin, wouldn't it? How would the sect disciples view him then? How would they view his father? Second uncle, this is a misunderstanding. Yu Luomian interrupted him, saying, whether it's a misunderstanding or not, wouldn't it be resolved if you came with me to confront Erlong in person? It's over. Yu Shaogang knew that his second uncle was trying to forcibly brand him with the crime of disregarding ethics and harming his aunt. Just then, a man who looked somewhat similar to Yu Shaogang appeared. Second brother, family shame should not be aired publicly. Let Shaogang leave. Father. Yu Shaogang breathed a sigh of relief. Yu Yuanjun glared at him and said, I don't have a son like you. Get out, and don't come back without my permission. Yu Shaogang opened his mouth, wanting to explain something, but didn't know how, so he could only leave silently. Yu Luomian said, Big brother, if you indulge Shaogang like this, then Erlong will have suffered for nothing, won't she? Erlong told me that Shaogang not only had improper thoughts about her, his cousin, but also tried to harm his aunt. Yu Yuanjun sighed. His strength wasn't enough to fully control the family, so he could only compromise. Second brother, it's my lax discipline. Go and take 30,000 gold coins to Erlong, consider it my apology as her paternal uncle. Only then did Yu Luomian relent and stop pursuing the matter. Being able to strike at Big Brother's prestige was enough. Once he broke through to titled Douluo, he might have a chance to sit on the sect master's seat. Even if he couldn't break through to titled Douluo, his daughter Lu Erlong might break through and inherit the position of sect master, and then wouldn't he be the grand elder? Just then, a violent spirit power fluctuation came from outside the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan's clan grounds, which Yu Yuanjun keenly sensed. Not good. Someone is ambushing Xiaoging and them. Chapter 37. Mission accomplished, passing on cultivation technique to Lu Erlong. On a wasteland more than 10 miles away from the grounds of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Failed to kill with one blow. What a pity. A masked person in black withdrew their hand, looked up at the direction of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, and immediately fled into the distance, disappearing from sight. Before long, Yu Yuanjun and Yu Luomian arrived at the crime scene. They saw two people lying on the ground, both having suffered significant injuries and having been poisoned by a terrifying toxin. Seeing this, Yu Luomian hurriedly explained, "Big brother, I didn't hire anyone to do this." Yu Yuanjun gave a hum and said, "Second brother, say no more, I know you didn't do it." He walked up to Yu Xiaoging, took out healing medicine and antidote from his spirit tool, and had them take it. "Xiaoging, who attacked you? I will go avenge you." Yu Yuanjun asked. Yu Xiaoging recalled the figure of the masked person. Although the other party had not used martial soul possession to hide their identity. But Yu Xiaoging had a deep impression of the other party's spirit power aura. It was the spirit power cultivated by Bibi Dong's Death Spider Emperor. "Father, the assassin is from Spirit Hall." Upon hearing that it was someone from Spirit Hall, Yu Yuanjun immediately fell silent. If it was Spirit Hall, there was nothing he could do. However, causing a scene at Spirit Hall was still possible. After all, he held the Supreme Pontiff's token and was a guest elder of Spirit Hall. "Xiaoging, do you have any evidence? Do you know who did it?" Yu Yuanjun asked. At this moment, Flender wanted to show off and said, "Sect Master Yu, I know. It's because Spirit Hall plagiarized Xiaoging's spirit theory, and fearing the matter would be exposed, they wanted to kill Xiaoging to silence him." Yu Yuanjun frowned. Spirit theory. His Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan also had its own set of cultivation techniques, and naturally, he also had research on spirit theory. Only ignorant, ordinary spirit masters would hold Yu Xiaoging's theory as the gold standard. "Father, it's not to silence him, it should be a personal grudge." Yu Xiaoging's face was bitter. He had foolishly thought he could deceive Bibi Dong and use her to browse the library of Spirit Hall, but he hadn't expected the retaliation to come so quickly. Once Yu Yuanjun saw Yu Xiaoging's expression, he understood what was going on. As Yu Xiaoging's father, how could he not know what kind of person his son was? If his son could amount to something, why would he have expelled him from the family? He had expelled him from the family, firstly because Yu Xiaoging himself couldn't stand the gossip of the disciples of the same generation within the family, and secondly, because he had occupied too many resources, causing dissatisfaction among many young disciples. If someone couldn't let it go, they might risk killing Yu Xiaoging. That was why he went with the flow and expelled him from the family to protect him. Yu Yuanjun said, "I see. I will go chase after that assassin just now to buy you some time. You two should go quickly. From now on, hide your names, fade out of the Spirit Master's world, and prevent being assassinated by Spirit Hall people again." After saying this, Yu Yuanjun didn't even look at this useless son, and took Yu Luomian, pretending to chase in the direction the assassin had left. Yu Xiaoging didn't dare to stay long either. After the toxin was neutralized, he left this place. He wanted to go to a border area far away from Heavendo City to hide. "Bibi Dong, Lu Erlong, just you wait. I will make you regret looking down on me. Father, in the future, I will definitely prove myself and will no longer lose face for you." Yu Xiaoging swore silently. Flender was too young, and his view of the major sects was filtered. At this moment, he still hadn't realized what had happened. Shaogang, what do we do now? He caught up with Yu Shaogang and asked. Yu Shaogang thought about how his martial soul fusion skill plan had been shattered, and it seemed there was no need to coddle Flender anymore. Two people together made for too large a target, and Flender still wanted to establish an academy, which was disadvantageous to his goal of hiding his identity. At nightfall, while Flender was still resting, he quietly left alone. Flender had no tracking methods and could not find him at all. Outside Heaven Do City, Lu family village, Lu Erlong's home. Qi heard the system's notification sound once again. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations to the host, mission accomplished, the fate of Lu Erlong has been changed, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Reward. Talent. Open black lens bracket. True dragon physique. Close black lens bracket has been distributed, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. After the mission is completed, the host will no longer be able to use possession on the target Lu Erlong. Please handle any potential consequences yourself, close black lens bracket. The mission is finished just like that. Qi was stunned. Bibi Dong's efficiency is truly high. How long has it been since she left, and she has already taken out Yu Shaogang? This was the first mission he had completed, successfully changing Lu Erlong's fate. From now on, Lu Erlong would no longer fall into Yu Shaogang's emotional trap, and the first half of her life would no longer be so miserable. But after the mission is completed, I actually can't use possession on Lu Erlong anymore. Qi felt a bit regretful. His blue-silver grass martial soul had insufficient innate talent and slow cultivation speed. He was relying on using possession on Lu Erlong and Bibi Dong to cultivate spirit power. But fortunately, I have now obtained the mysterious heaven skill. As long as I can master it as soon as possible, my cultivation speed should be able to increase by a large margin. It's just that I can't use possession on Lu Erlong anymore in the future. I need to tell her. Thinking of this, Qi said to Lu Erlong, starting tomorrow, I probably won't be occupying your body anymore. Lu Erlong didn't react for a moment, and it took a while before she asked, Benefactor, did I do something wrong? Does Benefactor not like my temper? I can change it. She was infinitely gentle to people close to her, but incredibly irritable to people she hated or evildoers, so she thought Qi didn't like her temper. Erlong, what are you thinking? You are very good, it's because my soul can no longer use possession on you. Lu Erlong fell silent. When she was at her lowest point, it was Qi who helped her. Gathering herbs to save her mother, upgrading her spirit, and now even connecting with Spirit Hall, the kindness was as heavy as a mountain, making her start to rely on Qi. Even though she hadn't met Qi once, she couldn't help but develop other thoughts, falling in love with this strange soul. Benefactor, will we meet again? Lu Erlong asked. Qi comforted her, rest assured, we will meet again. He wasn't lying either. Meeting her with Bibi Dong's body, wasn't that also meeting her? Erlong, I have a cultivation technique to pass on to you, try and see if you can cultivate it. Cultivation technique. Thank you, Benefactor. Lu Erlong thanked him. What Qi was talking about was the mysterious heaven skill. Anyway, the system said this was a parallel world, so passing on the cultivation technique wouldn't have any impact. It's a good opportunity to familiarize myself with the mysterious heaven skill and see if I can cultivate the mysterious heaven skill without abandoning my current cultivation. Qi thought to himself. Erlong, I will first use your body to test if it can be cultivated, and then I will pass the cultivation technique to you. This cultivation technique was snatched by me from elsewhere. Do not leak it out, to prevent that person from discovering it and putting yourself in danger. Lu Erlong felt the seriousness in Tian's tone and hurriedly agreed. Open black lens bracket. Today is the weekend, adding an extra chapter, close black lens bracket. Chapter 38, Physical Body Talent, True Dragon Physique. Qi did not have much time, so he immediately sat cross-legged on the ground to attempt to cultivate the mysterious heaven skill. The mysterious heaven internal energy produced by the mysterious heaven skill was both rigid and flexible. It could be used not only for attacks but also for healing injuries. In the future, Tang San would use the mysterious heaven skill's internal energy to regulate Tang Hao's meridians and treat his hidden injuries. Following the methods of the mysterious heaven skill, Qian mobilized his spirit power and began to cultivate through the circulation cycle. It can be cultivated. Qian was pleasantly surprised. He discovered that after Lu Erlong's spirit power was circulated through this method, the explosive fire nature became much softer and more controllable. Since Lu Erlong could practice it, his own main body should be able to practice it as well. Erlong, did you remember the route I used to circulate my energy? Qian asked. Lu Erlong said, Benefactor, I have remembered it. Her spirit power had reached level 48, and her mental force was close to the point of being able to resist mental shocks, so her memory had also improved significantly. Subsequently, Qian began to explain the mind cultivation technique of the mysterious heaven skill to Lu Erlong, as well as the method to open up the 8 extraordinary meridians. After a while, Qian stopped cultivating because Bibi Dong had returned. Seeing that Bibi Dong was dressed in black and unharmed, Qian assumed she had not encountered any danger, so he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Your Highness Holy Maiden, how did it go? Is Yu Shaogang dead? Qian asked. Bibi Dong shook her head and said coldly, Yu Yuanjun appeared in time. Without using my spirit, I was unable to kill them. She had to escape in advance, otherwise, even she would not be able to escape from a titled Douluo. Bibi Dong seemed to feel she had lost face, so she added, Rest assured, since I promised to help you solve this problem, I will not go back on my word. Qian quickly said, It is enough that your highness tried your best. With how much courage he has, he should not dare to harbor evil intentions again. This was his conclusion based on the system's prompt. Since the mission was completed, Yu Shaogang naturally no longer posed a threat. It was a pity he didn't die, but there was no need for Bibi Dong to expend too much energy on it. Bibi Dong wanted to say more, but suddenly she looked outside the small courtyard. A middle-aged man appeared outside the small courtyard. It was exactly Lu Erlong's biological father, Yu Luomian. Yu Yuanjun had no intention of opposing Spirit Hall. After chasing for a while, he separated from Yu Luomian and went to secretly protect Yu Shaogang. Yu Luomian, on the other hand, came to see Lu Erlong on his way. Qian, he is Yu Luomian, my biological father. Lu Erlong said in Qian's mind. Qian was a bit worried about Bibi Dong and didn't know how to interact with Yu Luomian, so he looked at him coldly. What? Does Erlong not recognize me, her father, anymore? Yu Luomian smiled. He glanced around the courtyard, looking for the woman he had a one-night stand with, but did not find her. Erlong, where is your mother? Is she not at home? Yu Luomian had already noticed that Lu Erlong cared very much about her mother, so he also had to show that he valued her. In order to win his daughter's heart, letting him value a filthy courtesan was the greatest effort he could make. Mother went to the city's music house to visit friends and buy some new sheet music, Qian replied. Yu Luomian feigned a smile. She is still as passionate about music as ever. I really miss her singing voice. Suddenly, he saw that there was another person in the small courtyard. Yu Luomian's pupils shrank. This aura, is it that assassin from just now? Erlong, actually hooked up with someone from Spirit Hall. However, he was old, so he didn't attack Bibi Dong, but pretended not to know. Spirit Hall was powerful, and he also wanted to connect with Spirit Hall. He had been envious of the Supreme Pontiff token that his big brother had for a long time. Big brother, being too rigid leads to breaking. Only by following Spirit Hall can the family be preserved. Yu Luomian thought to himself. Bibi Dong only glanced at him and didn't take Yu Luomian to heart. Yu Luomian was currently only at the Spirit Saint cultivation level. If he wanted to fight, Bibi Dong was confident she could escape, or even defeat him. Erlong, won't you invite me in to sit? Yu Luomian asked. Qian turned and entered the house, and Yu Luomian followed him in. The clan chief personally stepped forward to stop Yu Shaogang. He will not harass you again. This is the compensation your clan chief uncle is giving you. Yu Luomian placed the gold spirit coin card on the table. Qian didn't stand on ceremony and put it into his spirit tool. Seeing this, Yu Luomian breathed a sigh of relief and then said, "Erlong, won't you introduce me to this friend of yours?" He was too eager to advance and couldn't wait to get to know Bibi Dong. Qi Tian's eyes lit up. Seeing Yu Luomian's intention, he immediately helped him connect with Spirit Hall. However, it would probably take a long time before Bibi Dong returned to Spirit Hall. Early the next morning, Qi Tian woke up in his own body. Last night, after he sent Yu Luomian away, he chatted with Lu Erlong all night. Until late at night, his soul traveled through time and space again, returning to his own body 19 years later. Open black lens bracket mission reward. Physical body talent open black lens bracket true dragon physique close black lens bracket is being distributed, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket true dragon physique, strong physique, qian blood like a dragon, comparable to a vicious beast. Current state, young dragon, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket the young dragon physique grows with the host's age. When the host reaches adulthood, the young dragon physique will grow into the true dragon physique, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket the young dragon is also known as the hidden dragon, possessing plasticity. The host can enhance the young dragon's potential through cultivation, surpassing limits, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket after breaking the limits, the young dragon physique can transform into the divine dragon physique upon adulthood, with a physical body comparable to a level 100 true god, close black lens bracket. As soon as Qi Tian woke up, he saw the system's prompt. Seeing that the true dragon physique had become the young dragon physique, he wanted to curse the damn system. But seeing that the young dragon physique could be cultivated into the divine dragon physique, he swallowed his curses. Divine dragon physique, physical body becoming a god. This is too awesome, right? In the current continent, only Tang Chen and the deep-sea demon whale king had physical strength that reached the demigod level. And now, Qi Tian also had the chance to cultivate his own physical body into a true divine rank physical body. After the system finished prompting, Qi Tian immediately felt a mysterious force constantly remodeling his physical body. His damn system, why didn't you say that claiming this reward would be so painful? Qi Tian gasped. He discovered that remodeling the physical body was even more painful than absorbing an over-limit spirit ring, so he could only grit his teeth and endure it. This remodeling was like constantly destroying Qi Tian's physical body and then reshaping it with some mysterious force. During this time, Qi Tian's qi and blood became increasingly powerful, and his height also grew a little, growing towards the appearance of a teenager. The miniature ice and fire yin-yang well in his dantian also took the opportunity to fuse its power into his physical body, completely finishing the ice and fire golden body. He didn't know how long it had been, but Qi Tian was numb before the remodeling of his physical body slowed down. At this time, a faint golden light appeared on his skin, and the ice and fire golden body had been completely refined. Qi Tian gently clenched his hand, and it actually produced a loud explosion. The powerful force squeezed the air and caused it to burst. It really lives up to the true dragon physique. I now feel that my physical body is already comparable to a scaled-type spirit beast with 10,000 years of cultivation. Chapter 39, Self-Created Spirit Ability, Great Spirit Arena. Qi Tian stood up and found that he had grown a lot, no longer looking like a 7-year-old child. His clothes also seemed a bit small, so he had to take them off and go to the mirror in the small hotel to examine himself. What a handsome young man, Qi Tian said narcissistically. His physique had transformed into a true dragon physique, and his ice and fire golden body had also been cultivated, causing a complete change in his entire being. Qi Tian's muscles were well proportioned, with distinct lines like they were carved by a knife, harboring terrifying power. It's a pity I absorbed the first spirit ring too early. Now, absorbing 1,000-year spirit ring would be no problem for me. However, I can't rely too much on spirit ring skills. Developing my spirit well also has great potential. Qi Tian vaguely remembered the original description. Spirit masters, after breaking through level 96, need to rely on their own comprehension to go further. After breaking through level 96, spirit ring skills are far less important than a spirit master's comprehension of their spirit. Qian struggled to put on his somewhat small clothes, went to the street to buy 2 sets of spare clothes, and then continued on his journey. On the way, he attempted to cultivate mysterious heaven skill, successfully getting started. His spirit power circulated through his meridians, radiating vibrant vitality. He now had true dragon talent to strengthen his body, mysterious heaven skill to strengthen his meridians and spirit power, and autumn water clarity due to strengthen his mental force. Aside from his innate full spirit power being a bit low, his cultivation path was already smooth. A few days later, on the main road outside Douluo City, Balak Kingdom, Qian cultivated his blue-silver grass martial soul while traveling. The thick blue-silver grass transformed into various shapes in his hands, either binding or thrusting. Flexibly unlike a tool spirit. This was also thanks to his mental force, which far exceeded his spirit power level, and his persistent study and control of his spirit. However, Qian wasn't entirely sure about its attack power. Perhaps I should find someone to test the results of my cultivation. Qian thought to himself. This Douluo city, it seems to have a great spirit arena, right? I'm a bit short on cash right now, why not go to the Great Spirit Arena to earn some extra money? After leaving Nuoding Academy, he no longer had the status of a work-study student, so his monthly salary of 3 gold coin naturally disappeared. He now only had the monthly 1 gold coin subsidy from Spirit Hall, which ensured his food and clothing were covered, but nothing else. If he hadn't started saving money since he was 4, he would have to tighten his belt now. The Douluo City Great Spirit Arena was the most magnificent building in the city, people could see it from miles away. At night, the Great Spirit Arena was brightly lit, and the roar of cheers like crashing waves could faintly be heard from inside. At the registration desk, a pretty young girl was processing Qian's registration. Level 12, 1 Ring Spirit Master. Not many cultivators at this level participate in spirit duels. Are you sure you want to apply for a spirit duel badge? I'm sure, Qian affirmed. All right, the name is confirmed as Great Sage. If you want to change your name later, you'll need to pay an additional 10 gold coin processing fee. Soon, Qian received his Iron Spirit Duel medal and entered the Great Spirit Arena to sign up for a one-on-one spirit duel. As the registration girl said, very few one-ring spirit masters in their teens participated in spirit duels, so Qian waited a long time before he got an opponent. Spirit Duel Sub-Arena 28. This sub-arena was quite remote, and there weren't many spectators. Even the arena host was a woman of unremarkable appearance, but her commentary skills were quite good. Next, let's welcome our 2 new spirit duelists, Great Sage and Lone Wolf, into the arena. Both are one-ring spirit masters. Although their cultivation isn't high, let's cheer for their courage in stepping onto the stage. The match begins. Oh my, Lone Wolf used martial soul possession. He used a spirit ability, a wind blade. Can Great Sage dodge it? Look, Great Sage dodged it. Great Sage's spirit is actually the blue-silver grass, known as a waste spirit. He also used a spirit ability. Lone Wolf is entangled by the blue-silver grass. Can he break free? Oh, the match is over. Lone Wolf was kicked out of the spirit arena. That was truly spectacular. I declare, Great Sage, the winner of this spirit duel. Qian fought 2 matches, gaining 20 points and a little gold coin, then left the Great Spirit Arena. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue fighting, but he only had 2 opponents he could be matched with that night. Too few one-ring spirit masters signed up for spirit duels, but even so, Qian achieved his goal for the day. Blue-silver bind is usable and works great as a control spirit ability when combined with mental toxins. The art of cuttings isn't quite right. Although my blue-silver grass martial soul is thick, it's not sharp enough. I need to continue cultivating it. Today, he used 2 of his self-created spirit abilities, gaining a clearer understanding of his cultivation results. Qian wandered around the city and suddenly remembered a character, Qinming, the genius, delayed by Shrek. Qinming awakened the blazing fire wolf spirit, had innate full spirit power, and cultivated to level 29 by the age of 12 before being lured into Shrek. Because Shrek Academy lacked theoretical education, Qinming's fifth spirit ring was actually a purple thousand-year spirit ring. It could be said that Shrek greatly wasted Qinming's potential. He could have had a much better future. In Bibi Dong's world, Qinming seems to have just awakened his spirit. Should I let Bibi Dong recruit him? Coincidentally, Lu Erlong has the ultimate fire dragon martial soul and can be Qinming's teacher. The next day, Qitian's soul woke up in Bibi Dong's body again, checking her development. This is Lu Erlong's house. Qitian discovered that Bibi Dong was actually living in Lu Erlong's house. Just then, Lu Erlong knocked on the door from outside and called out, "Bibi Dong, are you awake? We should go to Moon Pavilion. Why aren't you opening the door?" Bibi Dong urged. Qitian quickly got up, opened the door, and saw Lu Erlong. This was the first time Qitian saw Lu Erlong from a second perspective, and he couldn't help but take a few extra glances. Lu Erlong was a bit taller than Bibi Dong, with an incredibly curvaceous figure that even her loose long dress couldn't conceal. "This is Lu Erlong. What do you think? Beautiful, right?" Bibi Dong asked. Qitian was not foolish and quickly replied, "So this is Lu Erlong. She is beautiful, but still a little less beautiful than you." Only then was Bibi Dong satisfied and didn't make things difficult for Qitian anymore. "Hurry up and wash up, then go to Moon Pavilion with Lu Erlong," Bibi Dong reminded. "That little girl's domain at Moon Pavilion is indeed good. After her treatment, my state of mind has become much more peaceful. Her etiquette classes are also good, better than what my etiquette teacher taught me when I was young in Spirit City." It was Qitian's suggestion for Bibi Dong to go to Moon Pavilion, and she didn't refuse, even bringing Lu Erlong along for classes. After a few days, Lu Erlong, who came from a commoner background, was miserable. She didn't know why she persevered, perhaps hoping to cultivate good manners for when she would meet Qitian in the future. Chapter 40, Intercepting Qinming, Picking Up the Plank Crystal. Open black lens bracket. It's the weekend today, adding one more chapter. Close black lens bracket. "Bibi Dong, why are you still standing there? I've prepared hot water, let's take a bath first," Lu Erlong said. Bathing and changing clothes before etiquette lessons was a requirement of the etiquette teacher at Moon Pavilion. Doing so allows one to completely relax and change their mental state. Especially for someone like Bibi Dong, who is filled with murderous aura, a bath can greatly improve her mental state. As a fire attribute spirit master, boiling hot water was incredibly simple for Lu Erlong, so she had it ready right after getting up. "Don't go wash." Before Qitian could react, Bibi Dong shouted in his mind. "Ah, why? We're so familiar with each other already. Are you still afraid I'll see your body?" Qitian asked. Before Bibi Dong could explain, Lu Erlong pulled Qitian to the adjacent bathroom. Although Lu Erlong had renovated the house, there was only one bathroom, but it contained 2 bathtubs. After entering the bathroom, Lu Erlong closed the doors and windows, and began to change and bathe. Qitian's eyes seemed to have auto-aim enabled, as he admired Lu Erlong's body from this perspective. "Don't look," Bibi Dong roared in Qitian's mind. "Bibi Dong, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and wash, or we'll be late. You've really gotten used to the good life, haven't you? What? Do you want me to help you change?" After Lu Erlong finished speaking, without waiting for Qitian's reply, she started to act, quickly undoing his clothes and even pinching Bibi Dong's plank crystal. No wonder Bibi Dong was reluctant. It turns out they were going to be completely exposed to each other. "Tisk tisk, you're really so soft," Lu Erlong praised. After pinching a few times, she entered one bathtub, and Qitian also began to soak in the other. "Comfortable. Qitian and Lu Erlong went to the Moon Pavilion together. Bibi Dong seemed angry, remaining silent the whole way and ignoring Qitian. "What, still mad at me? Are you perhaps jealous?" Qitian asked. Bibi Dong finally reacted a little. "Who's jealous? Me, jealous of you? Aren't you a bit too narcissistic?" Seeing that Bibi Dong was willing to talk to him, Qitian breathed a sigh of relief. "Bibi Dong, I found a little genius with innate full spirit power. Do you want to recruit him into Spirit Hall?" Bibi Dong was surprised to hear this, innate full spirit power. A genius like that would be left for me to find. Is he from a sect? Qian chuckled. Who knew what those branch halls of Spirit Hall were doing? First Qin Ming, then Tang San and Oscar, 3 individuals with innate full spirit power, were just allowed to attend Junior Spirit Master Academy. It should be known that Spirit Master Academies generally favor the Empire, not Spirit Hall. And there have only been 19 individuals with innate full spirit power in the past 100 years. For such a genius, no matter what their spirit, sending them to Spirit City first is the most responsible course of action. It's a pity that Nuoding City and Swotuo City both have quite a few blind Douluo. He's from a commoner background, his name is Qin Ming, and his spirit is Blazing Wolf. He should be attending the Junior Spirit Master Academy in Swotuo City now. Bibi Dong said angrily, Swotuo City. Very good. When I return to Spirit Hall, I must investigate and see who is serving as the bishop of the Swotuo City branch of Spirit Hall. Qi Tian knew that Bibi Dong had developed a desire to cherish talent, so he asked, how about it, are you going to recruit him? Of course, but I'm wondering whether to send him back to Spirit City or let Erlong teach him. Bibi Dong hesitated slightly. Qi Tian thought for a moment and said, you can let Erlong take him as a disciple, and then send him back to Spirit City to study. Lu Erlong is more than capable of guiding Qin Ming in cultivation, but she lacks in spirit theory. Sending him to study in Spirit City can prevent him from making mistakes when absorbing spirit rings. Good, we'll do as you say. Bibi Dong said. I plan to have Erlong go to Swotuo City, take Qin Ming as a disciple, and then find an opportunity to send him back to Spirit City. Anyway, Erlong doesn't seem to like learning those noble etiquettes, so it's a good chance for her to get some fresh air. Due to her impoverished childhood, Lu Erlong indeed had little interest in noble science. She wasn't learning that knowledge to become a noble, but simply to improve herself. As the two chatted, Moon Pavilion was already in sight. The two entered Moon Pavilion through Yu Luomian's connections, and no one dared to stop them along the way. Before long, Qi Tian met the famous owner of Moon Pavilion, Tang Yuehua. She looked about 15 or 16, with outstanding beauty, and despite her young age, she exuded nobility and moved with grace. What? You're interested in her again? Bibi Dong mocked. Qi Tian withdrew his gaze and looked no further. Bibi Dong's jealousy was overflowing today. Don't slander me, this Tang Yuehua's identity is not ordinary. Qi Tian said. Oh, how is it not ordinary? Bibi Dong became interested. Qi Tian said, she is the daughter of the Clear Sky sect master. Because of a spirit mutation, she couldn't cultivate, so she came here to open Moon Pavilion. Clear Sky sect. Bibi Dong indeed didn't know this, she only knew that Tang Tian's 2 sons had recently descended the mountain for training. At this moment, Tang Yuehua noticed Qi Tian's abnormality. She seemed to sense that this guest state was different from yesterday. However, she skillfully concealed her discovery, merely leading Qi Tian upstairs and using the power of her domain to help Bibi Dong calm her murderous aura. This feeling, Qi Tian carefully experienced Tang Yuehua's domain. At this moment, he felt as if he had placed himself in nature, his body and mind completely relaxed, all murderous intent and evil aura receding. It's a bit like when I cultivate the blue-silver domain, trying to merge myself with the surrounding blue-silver grass. Qi Tian mused. When I merge my body and mind into the blue-silver grass, I also get this incredibly relaxing sense of nature. After Qi Tian returned to his own body, he cultivated for a few more days in the Great Spirit Arena in Swotuo City. He returned to his own body and cultivated for a few more days in the Great Spirit Arena in Swotuo City. After a few days, his Iron Battle Spirit Badge had been upgraded to a Copper Battle Spirit Badge, and to continue battling, he could only fight with Spirit Grandmasters. Qi Tian wasn't afraid of Spirit Grandmasters, after all, he could use the methods he had honed in Slaughter City. His goal in these spirit battles was to cultivate his self-created spirit abilities and earn money, not to rank up, so he gave up on continuing spirit battle cultivation. During these few days of matches, Qi Tian also used the spirit ability Open Black Lens Bracket Disguise Close Black Lens Bracket to transform himself into another person's appearance to bet on himself winning. After a few days, he already had over 1,000 gold coins in his pocket. Now that I have money, I can go see if that plank crystal from 5 years later is still there. Qian wandered aimlessly through the streets. Found it. Soon, Qian saw that familiar yet unfamiliar figure, Flender. He looked even more cunning now than in his youth, lying on a lounge chair in the general store, waiting for unlucky customers to come and spend money. Qian walked into the general store on his own accord and immediately saw the crystal full of impurities. It's actually still here. Flender hasn't sold it in 5 years. Chapter 41, Something's Wrong. Is it not a parallel world? Plank crystal is a high-quality hair crystal that conceals the hidden weapon Dragon Beard Needle, which ranks among the top 10 hidden weapons in the Tang sect. The Dragon Beard Needle is as thin as a dragon's whisker. Inputting spirit power allows it to extend, and dissipating the spirit power causes it to curl up. If someone struck by this hidden weapon tries to pull out the needle without the correct method, they will tear off their flesh along with it. Moreover, the Dragon Beard Needle can break protective aura. Even a spirit saint like Zhao Wuji cannot resist it. Although Qian doesn't know the hidden weapon firing techniques from 100 solutions for hidden weapons, using the hair crystal to torment people is quite effective. Most importantly, buying the plank crystal prevents Tang San from acquiring one type of hidden weapon method. Boss, how much for this crystal? Qian asked. Flender, lying on the deck chair, glanced at Qian, instantly saw through his spirit power, and calculated his financial resources based on it. Level 12 spirit power. After breaking through to Spirit Master, he can receive 1 gold coin per month. Assuming he's received it for 1 year, that's 12 gold coins. 20 gold soul coins, Flender said. Hearing 20 gold soul coins, Qian pretended to struggle, and only after a long time did he untie his money bag, pouring the gold coins, silver coins, and bronze coins onto the counter to count them out. Flender immediately saw the total amount of coins, slightly over 23 gold coins, and cursed silently, poor bastard. He didn't regret the sale. After all, it was a worthless piece of broken crystal he had picked up somewhere. Any profit was better than none. Boss, here are 20 gold soul coins, please take them. Qian pushed the money forward. You're short 3 gold coins. Flender said. Wasn't it 20 gold soul coins? Qian asked. Flender gave a cunning smile. Kid, I said 23 gold coins. I'm giving you a discount. Hand over the gold coins. He reached out directly and snatched the money bag from Qian's hand. But right then, his expression changed as if he had discovered something. He reversed his grip, seized Qian's wrist, and checked his bone age. What are you doing? Qian pretended to panic. He could actually break free. The true dragon physique was not just for show. His current physical strength was comparable to a spirit beast. You're only 7 years old. Flender released him and asked in surprise. Qian nodded. Can't a 7-year-old buy things? Give me back the money, I'm not buying it. Flender quickly pocketed the money and tossed the broken crystal to Qian, saying, the transaction is complete. No returns. Boss, why are you forcing a sale? Qian feigned grievance, but still put away the plank crystal. Just as he was about to leave, Flender spoke again. Kid, you're a spirit master, right? Do you want to attend a high-level spirit master academy? How about this? I see you have over 10 levels of spirit power at such a young age, so your cultivation talent must be pretty good. I know the Vice Dean of Shrek Academy, and I can introduce you to study there. What do you say? Although the admission requirements for this academy are strict, only spirit grandmasters under the age of 12 can enroll. If you cultivate for a few more years, you should be able to meet this requirement. Flender tried to persuade him patiently, but coupled with his cunning, Shuso-like face, he couldn't earn anyone's trust. Qian had already acquired the plank crystal he wanted and didn't feel like playing along with Flender anymore. I say, boss, just stick to doing business. Why are you trying to trick me with a Spirit Master Academy that has no reputation? Flender gave a sly laugh and said, Shrek Academy has no fame because Shrek Academy practices elite education and only accepts freaks. In the 15 years since Shrek was founded, it has only admitted 36 students in total, and only 19 students have graduated. It's strict entry, strict exit. But every student who graduates from Shrek Academy is an elite of the continent. The most outstanding one has already become an elder in the Spirit Hall. How about it? Do you want to consider it? Flender was still using the same spiel, which could only fool someone like Dai Mubai. An elder of the Spirit Hall. I wonder what his name is. Is it Qin Ming? Qian asked. Flender frowned. Qin Ming. There is no one named Qin Ming in Shrek Academy. Not Qin Ming. Qian was stunned. Wasn't Qin Ming one of Shrek Academy's first batch of students? He suddenly remembered how he had caused Bibi Dong to poach Qin Ming. Could Qin Ming really be in the Spirit Hall now? Did he return to the past instead of traveling to a parallel world? Thinking this, Qian no longer wanted to bother with Flender, so he spoke up to expose his lie. Boss, but I heard that the lowest cultivation level for a Spirit Hall elder is titled Douluo. Even a guest elder holding the Supreme Pontiff's token must be a spirit saint, like the sect master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, right? According to you, all Shrek graduates are now titled Douluo. Shrek was founded 15 years ago, meaning the first batch of graduates are only 27 years old. A 27-year-old titled Douluo. Shrek Academy is truly impressive. Flender's face froze. Since he had never joined the Spirit Hall, how could he know what cultivation level their elders had? At the same time, he couldn't quite figure out Qian's background. Someone with this kind of insight definitely wasn't a simple ordinary person. Kid, are you really not going to consider it? Flender stood up from the deck chair, performed martial soul possession, and 7 spirit rings pulsed beneath his feet, revealing him to be a spirit saint powerhouse. If you are willing to join Shrek, I can personally instruct you. Flender said. He had already taken in Ma Hongjun, taking in Qian as well would be the same. Flender displayed his spirit and spirit rings, intending to use his spirit saint cultivation level to intimidate Qian. In the past, when he tricked young geniuses, he relied on this tactic to scare and deceive the students' parents. It never failed and always worked. But Qian had seen titled Douluo while inhabiting Bibi Dong's body, so how could he be intimidated by a mere spirit saint? No need, boss, I have my own cultivation plan. After Qian finished speaking, he endured Flender's spirit power coercion and left the general store. He wasn't worried that Flender would do anything excessive. Although Flender was cunning and greedy, he was also a man with dreams, and if he couldn't trick someone, he wouldn't resort to force. Sure enough, after Qian left the general store, Flender put away his spirit and watched Qian depart. He muttered, "What a little freak. He actually resisted a sliver of my spirit power coercion and just walked away. It's a shame such a little freak is hard to trick. I need to improve my sales pitch." So, the elders of the Spirit Hall are all titled Douluo cultivation level. Looks like I can't use this example anymore. Since elder won't work, I'll change the student's highest achievement to Bishop of the Spirit Hall. Qian didn't know that his words had actually helped Flender perfect his great deception technique. But Qian didn't care. What he cared about now was whether his soul had traveled to a parallel world or returned to the past. Chapter 42, Plant Academy, Blue Silver Forest. System. Are you there? Kishan called out. No matter how Kishan called, the incompetent system did not respond. He did not know if it was feeling guilty or if it simply lacked intelligence. Forget it. Things will work out in the end. So what if I return to the past? So what if it's a parallel world? I will act according to my own heart. As long as I have no regrets, that's enough. Kishan thought to himself. He used possession on Bibi Dong and the others, firstly for the system's rewards, to borrow their talent and accelerate his own cultivate. Secondly, he also wanted to change some tragic endings he did not want to see. Now that he had achieved some changes, and Luerlong's family had reached perfection, it could be considered a good thing. Continue on the journey. After Kishan figured it out, he felt light and continued his journey towards the northeast. A few days later, in the Kingdom of Sylves. South of the Sylves royal city, on the edge of a forest near the Star Do Great Forest. Hidden here was an academy ranked in the top 15 of the Heaven Do Empire, the Plant Academy, which was also the destination of Kishan's trip. He was only level 12 now and could not join the plant academy, but the cultivate environment here was very suitable for him. Such rich vitality, this place is naturally suitable for all kinds of plants to grow. This academy town had a pleasant climate, with air that was moist but not stuffy. Whether it was people or plants, it was likely they would all enjoy the environment here. Qian even saw quite a few non-aggressive plant spirit beasts in the dense forest next to the town. At the plant academy, there were even various mutated plants that provided mimetic cultivate spirit ability for the students inside. Coming here was the right choice. Qian thought to himself. Cultivating here was extremely friendly to his blue-silver grass martial soul, and Qian grew to like the environment here. Since he had already decided, Qian did not hesitate any longer. He immediately rented a house in the academy town to settle down. Time flew by, and nearly 2.5 years passed. On this day, in a forest not far from the plant academy, Qian was sitting cross-legged in a patch of blue-silver grass, cultivating. Success. Qian was excited. He had actually merged himself into the surrounding blue-silver grass spirit beasts, as if he were one of them. This was his first success. Previously, he could only establish contact with those ordinary blue-silver grass. Just at this moment, he suddenly sensed that grains of blue light were drifting towards the depths of the forest. And from the depths of the forest, some kind of mysterious origin aura was fed back, merging into the surrounding blue-silver grass spirit beasts and Qian's spirit. After absorbing this aura, Qian realized some inexplicable things, and his spirit also underwent some changes. The origin of his blue-silver grass martial soul became stronger. If his original spirit was 100-year spirit beast, it was now moving towards 1,000-year spirit beast. This was an improvement in bloodline, a breakthrough in vitality. With this realization, even if he didn't have the system or mysterious heaven skill, he wouldn't be stuck at the 29-level bottleneck like Yu Shaogang. Qian was fully focused, receiving the origin aura and various insights coming from the depths of the forest. After a long while, Qian's mental force sensed that the surrounding blue-silver grass spirit beasts seemed to be making sounds. King. They were only 10-year or 100-year spirit beasts with low intelligence, only able to convey this simplest of thoughts. It was joy, it was worship. King. Could it be that there is a blue-silver grass spirit beast king in the depths of this forest? Qian guessed. Could this forest be the blue-silver forest, the home of the blue-silver Emperor Yin? If his guess was true, then the origin aura from just now should be a gift from the blue-silver king to its subjects. This kind of aura could give blue-silver grass the possibility of evolution. Allowing ordinary blue-silver grass to evolve into spirit beasts, and low-level blue-silver grass spirit beasts to evolve into 100-year, 1,000-year, or 10,000-year spirit beasts. However, the blue-silver grass spirit beasts did not have high intelligence, and they did not realize much. This wave of blessings, on the contrary, allowed Qian to take advantage and evolve his own blue-silver grass martial soul. If this is the blue-silver forest, perhaps I can try to communicate with the blue-silver king. Qian had an idea. He immediately closed his eyes, entered the blue-silver domain cultivate state again, and spread his mental force outwards. If he missed this opportunity, the blue-silver king might fall into a deep sleep, making it difficult to communicate again. Qian used his mental force to spread towards the depths of the forest, learning from the surrounding blue-silver grass spirit beasts, releasing his own aura to attract the blue-silver king's attention. Before long, Qian actually sensed a powerful mental force. Junior, your progress is fast, you actually already possess unusual intelligence. A thought came through. Qian sensed the thought coming from the depths of the forest and used the communication method he used when he had possession of Bibi Dong, using mental force to communicate with that thought. Are you the blue-silver king? I know news of the blue-silver emperor. Qian dropped the bombshell. Sure enough, a wave of mental force came from the depths of the forest, and that aura probed again. Junior, is what you say true? Perhaps it was afraid that Qian could not communicate properly, so it guided, come quickly, come to me. It really is the blue-silver king. Qian followed the guidance of the blue-silver king's aura and searched towards the depths of the forest. This forest was like an ancient forest, with old trees blocking out the sky and sun, it didn't look like something that could grow from grass plants at all. If it weren't for the Blue Silver King's guidance, Qian felt he might have gotten lost in the forest and been killed by some plant spirit beasts. This was also the reason why he only dared to cultivate on the edge of the forest. However, with the Blue Silver King's guidance, the plant spirit beasts in the forest quietly cleared a path. After a long time, Qian finally reached the deepest part of the forest and saw an ancient old tree. On the trunk of this ancient tree grew an old man's face. It felt Qian approaching and slowly opened its eyes. An aged voice came from the tree body. It is actually a human spirit master. Do you really know news of the Blue Silver Emperor? The Blue Silver King asked. Qian nodded and said, the Blue Silver Emperor sacrificed herself to a human spirit master. The Blue Silver King sighed and said sadly, no wonder I couldn't sense the Emperor's aura. Has she actually fallen? Its origin aura could allow other blue-silver grass spirit beasts to evolve, and the Blue-Silver Emperor's aura could also allow the Blue-Silver King to gain insights. Without the Blue-Silver Emperor's guidance, the difficulty for the Blue-Silver King to break through the 100,000-year threshold to become an emperor would increase several times over. Blue-Silver King, you do not need to be sad, because the Blue-Silver Emperor left behind a seed, and there is a chance for rebirth. What? The Emperor is not dead. That's right, with the Emperor's abilities, no one could kill her at all. The Blue Silver King muttered. Child, do you know where the Emperor is? Has the Emperor's rebirth encountered difficulties? Qian breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Blue Silver King still valued the Blue Silver Emperor very much. He nodded, and said, that's right, the Blue Silver Emperor has indeed encountered some difficulties. Chapter 43, Spirit Evolution, the Second Spirit Ring. What difficulty has the king encountered? The Blue Silver King's aged face, with its withered eyes, watched Qian, waiting for him to continue speaking. Qian didn't know if this world would change, so he could only speak of what he knew. After the Blue Silver Emperor sacrificed herself, her seed was left in a dark cave where sunlight never reached. Without the essence of the sun and moon, or the nourishment of spring rain and dew, her growth is extremely slow, and it is unknown when she will be able to revive. The king has actually fallen into such a state. The Blue Silver King sighed deeply. Child, can you go and bring the king back? The Blue Silver King asked. Only here can she recover at the fastest speed. Qian shook his head and said, the Blue Silver Emperor's spirit ring and spirit bone were both sacrificed to a titled Douluo. Her seed was also placed in that cave by the titled Douluo. I don't know where the titled Douluo is, so I dare not touch anything there. Unless my spirit power cultivation is enough to handle the titled Douluo, said Qian. Although the Blue Silver King is a plant spirit beast and rarely interacts with humans, it is not without intelligence. It realized that the human standing before it wanted its help to increase his cultivation. The Blue Silver King said, Human, if you want my help, just say so directly. Don't beat around the bush like this. As long as you can bring the king back, I can give you some assistance. Qian breathed a sigh of relief. He had succeeded. It seemed the Blue Silver Emperor was truly important to the Blue Silver Grass Spirit Beast lineage. Blue Silver King, look, I'm exactly level 20 now. Can you help me awaken my spirit and gain a spirit ring? Qian displayed his blue silver grass. 2.5 years had passed, and his blue silver grass was even sturdier, and his spirit power had reached level 20. The Blue Silver King looked at Qian's spirit and said, your spirit is the most common blue silver grass. At most, I can only let it evolve into an existence like mine. Qian's eyes lit up. That's enough. Being able to evolve the spirit into the Blue Silver King was already far beyond expectations. The Blue Silver King's spirit was at least a high-grade spirit. Although it wasn't as supreme as the Blue Silver Emperor, one must eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. He couldn't achieve his goal overnight and evolve his spirit into the Blue Silver Emperor. To evolve into the Blue Silver Emperor, he still needed to scheme for Yin's spirit bone and her seedling. All right, prepare yourself. I will preside over the awakening ceremony for you. After your spirit awakens and becomes the Blue Silver King, you can condense a spirit ring. The Blue-Silver King saw the nature of Qi Tian's first spirit ring and asked, "Your first spirit ability only has support capabilities. What spirit ability do you want for your second one?" Qi Tian countered, "Blue-Silver King, what is the Blue-Silver Grass's strongest ability?" The Blue-Silver King said without hesitation, "Naturally, it is powerful vitality. Wildfire cannot burn at all, the spring breeze brings it back to life. This is also the king's most powerful ability. Unless a heavenly god descends, no one can kill her. Even I possess this ability, but it is not so easy for me to revive, and I might not even be able to retain all my memories. However, this is the Blue-Silver Grass's instinct. You can develop it yourself, you don't need to specifically use a spirit ring for this skill. After I help you evolve your spirit, as long as you can awaken the Blue-Silver domain and develop it to its limit, this ability can be used. What our Blue-Silver Grass lineage lacks most is self-preservation ability. I should still give you an offensive or control skill instead." Qi Tian thought for a moment and decided to listen to the Blue-Silver King. The Blue-Silver King began performing the ritual, conducting a secondary awakening of Qi Tian's spirit to help him awaken the Blue-Silver King bloodline. Although it was still a rank lower than the Blue-Silver Emperor, among the Blue-Silver Grass spirit beasts, it was an existence second only to the Emperor and above tens of thousands of other grasses. In the forest, countless specks of light drifted over. This was the power provided by other plant spirit beasts in the forest. Guided by the Blue-Silver King, this power surged into Qi Tian's body, and his Blue-Silver Grass spirit was slowly evolving. The Blue-Silver Grass spirit, which had originally changed color, slowly reverted under this power, returning to the Blue-Silver Grass's initial color. The slender stems and leaves of the Blue-Silver Grass also became thicker, and strands of golden patterns began to appear along the edges of the stems and leaves. In the era when the Blue-Silver Emperor was absent, the Blue-Silver King was the pinnacle of the Blue-Silver Grass lineage, capable of suppressing 10,000 grasses. After the spirit awakening, the Blue-Silver King helped Qi Tian condense a spirit ring, which could be condensed according to Qi Tian's endurance. Hold on. The longer you persist, the higher the age of this spirit ring will be. The Blue-Silver King reminded him. This spirit ring was the source spirit ring of Qi Tian's spirit, which would grow as Qi Tian's spirit grew, but naturally, the higher its initial state, the better. "Bring it on. I can hold out," said Qi Tian. The Blue-Silver King said nothing, only helping to guide the power and activate the source of Qi Tian's spirit. The halo condensed into white, then quickly turned yellow, deep yellow, and after a long time, it transformed into purple. Even the Blue-Silver King was stunned, it hadn't expected Qi Tian's body to be so powerful. Finally, the spirit ring stopped when it turned deep purple, merging with Qi Tian's Blue-Silver spirit. Qi Tian's spirit power broke through as well, making him a level 22 spirit grandmaster. 1,000-year spirit ring. It's a pity my mental force isn't strong enough, otherwise, I might have been able to accommodate a 10,000-year spirit ring. Qi Tian thought to himself. He felt his current state, his spirit was vibrant, and his spirit power was abundant. As Qi Tian expected, the new spirit ring skill was indeed the Blue-Silver Overlord Spear. This was the only technique the Blue-Silver King knew. "Thank you for the blessing, Blue-Silver King." Qi Tian thanked him. The Blue-Silver King felt that Qi Tian had boundless prospects and might become a powerful spirit master, so its attitude changed slightly. "Bringing the king back in the future will be the best thanks you can give me," the Blue-Silver King said. "If you need help later, you can come to the forest and find me. I will lead you here again." Qi Tian thanked him again, then promised, "Blue-Silver King, rest assured, the Blue-Silver Emperor will definitely return here." He was not lying. Even if he couldn't bring the Blue-Silver Emperor seedling back later, Tang San would come here. He should also be considered the Blue-Silver Emperor, right? Good, I await the day you fulfill your promise. Also, try to avoid the Blue-Silver Grass lineage when absorbing spirit rings in the future, otherwise you might lose a spirit ability. The Blue-Silver King's reminder was not without reason, as Qi Tian's current spirit ring was also considered to be derived from Blue-Silver Grass. Absorbing multiple spirit rings from the same type of spirit beast might result in acquiring the same spirit ability, leading to waste. Of course, it would be different if it were a 100,000-year spirit beast, such as the qian Ant Emperor three brothers, who were forged into 100,000-year spirit rings. Qian felt that the Blue-Silver King's real meaning was, since you took my spirit ring, you can't hurt other blue-silver grasses. Nonetheless, Qian nodded and said, thank you for the reminder. I will pay attention. Open black lens bracket 1 extra chapter update, close black lens bracket. Chapter 44, Blue-Silver Domain, Angel Descends. After the Blue-Silver King helped Qian undergo his secondary spirit awakening, it stopped speaking, seemingly having exhausted itself and fallen into a deep sleep. After Qian awakened the Blue-Silver King martial soul, he did not need the Blue-Silver King's help when leaving the forest, and the plant spirit beasts along the way did not harm him either. Let's see what changes my spirit has undergone. Qian thought to himself. He first sat cross-legged at the edge of the forest and attempted to cultivate the Blue-Silver domain again. Before long, he entered the proper state. But unlike before, when he spread out his aura and mental force, the surrounding blue-silver grass began to gather around him. Qian immediately sensed their thoughts, which included feelings of adoration, faith, and submission. They were immersed in Qian's kingly aura, searching for the possibility of bloodline evolution. At this moment, with just a thought, Qian could make them offer up a portion of their life force to supply Qian for cultivation, combat, or healing. In this state, Qian's mental force could spread to extremely distant places, and his spirit power also received a certain boost. The only small price Qian had to pay was to cultivate with them more often, giving them a chance to approach the king. After 3 years, the Blue-Silver domain has finally been successfully cultivated. Before, he was only one step away from successfully cultivating the Blue-Silver domain. The secondary awakening of his spirit helped him kick open that door. Let's try the other effects. With a thought, the surrounding blue-silver grass, under the influence of his spirit power, seemed to turn into a part of his spirit. Blue-Silver Bind. Blue-Silver Overlord Spear. Under his command, the surrounding blue-silver grass sometimes performed binding, and sometimes transformed into the Blue-Silver Overlord Spear and thrust out. Who tilde. Before long, Qian was forced to wake up from his cultivation state. For no other reason than that the Blue-Silver Overlord Spear, a spirit ability close to 10,000 years old, consumed too much. Even with the Blue-Silver domain active, he temporarily couldn't withstand launching so many spears at once. However, Qian was excited because he had found a new way to use the Blue-Silver Overlord Spear. That was using the ability in conjunction with the Blue-Silver domain, transforming it into the Blue-Silver Spear array. Although doing this heavily consumed spirit power, he could control the consumption of each spear through cultivation to reduce the overall cost. If he mastered it, as soon as his domain was released, no one would be able to escape his attack range. Qian thought of the 7 treasure glazed tile school's heart separation control method. This secret technique might help Qian perfect this spirit ability. The heart separation control method is a cultivation technique that allows a spirit master to control each spirit ability separately. However, because battle spirit masters rarely use more than 2 spirit abilities simultaneously, this cultivation method offers little benefit to them. Support spirit masters, however, might apply different spirit abilities to multiple people simultaneously, hence they need this cultivation method to save spirit power. Qian could also cultivate this method to control multiple stalks of blue-silver grass, achieving the effect of saving spirit power. It seems I need to find a way to get this cultivation method from the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Qian thought to himself. Finishing his cultivation, Qian walked towards his rented room in the small town. I should meet the entrance requirements for the Plant Academy now, right? Qian thought as he looked at the rustic gate of the Plant Academy. The entrance requirement for high-level Spirit Master Academies is usually reaching 21st rank Spirit Power. Qian was only 9 years old, and with the help of the system, his Spirit Power reached 22nd rank. There should be no obstacle to him joining the Plant Academy. But it seems I don't need to join the Plant Academy anymore. Qian thought. If he were to join any academy, it would be the Heaven Do Royal Academy, because the Heaven Do Royal Academy has Ji Lin, a spirit Douluo with the heavenly azure vine spirit. Since they both possess plant spirits, his ability to cultivate to spirit Douluo rank surely indicates his extraordinary talent. However, Qian initially wanted to join an academy so that he could receive help from the academy teachers when hunting for spirit rings. But now that he had received the Blue-Silver King's blessing, his Blue-Silver Grass spirit possessed offensive power, allowing him to hunt for spirit rings by himself in the future. Joining an academy became an optional choice. What academy should I join? What I need to do now is go to Spirit Hall to certify as a Spirit Grandmaster and collect the 10 gold coin subsidy. Qian thought. Over the past 2.5 years, he had been immersed in cultivation, and his money was nearly spent. It was time to earn some cash. Returning to the rented room, Qian looked into the mirror and noticed a significant change in his appearance. His black hair had actually turned blue. He was still handsome, but his facial features had softened slightly, giving him a touch of nobility. Seems pretty good. Qian smiled at the mirror, almost turning himself gay. After Qian fell asleep, he woke up again, finding himself in Bibi Dong's body. Over these past 2 years, he had relied on Bibi Dong's spirit talent to cultivate from rank 12 to rank 20. The spirit power he cultivated using Bibi Dong's body was all fed back into his own body. That was why he could cultivate to rank 20 so quickly, even with the Blue-Silver Grass spirit. Qian sat up, and habitually kneaded the big dough, waking up Bibi Dong's soul as well. There was another bed in the room, upon which lay a curvaceous woman, who was none other than Lu'er Long. The two had traveled together for years, upholding justice across the continent, honing their spirits, and establishing quite a reputation. At this moment, Lu'er Long also woke up. She looked at Bibi Dong's actions, her expression somewhat dazed. Why do Bibi Dong's actions feel so familiar to me? Lu'er Long recalled the time when she was possessed by her benefactor. Every morning, the benefactor would also perform that exact action. As the Holy Maiden of Spirit Hall, and having received etiquette training, it was impossible for Bibi Dong to make such a gesture. Could Bibi Dong be the benefactor? No, the benefactor and she appeared at the same time. Besides, the benefactor said he was a man. Lu'er Long shook her head, believing she must have been mistaken. Benefactor, it's been 7 years. When will we finally meet? Lu'er Long felt a little melancholic. Although Lu'er Long occasionally suffered from lovesickness, her mother was still alive, and her relationship with her father was slowly mending. She was much happier than before. Bibi Dong, are you going back to Spirit City today? Lu'er Long asked. Huh. Qian was stunned. At this moment, Bibi Dong spoke. It's my teacher. He sent me a message saying his child is about to be born. Your teacher is giving birth. What's going on? Qian asked. Because of his suggestion, Bibi Dong had rarely returned to Spirit City these past few years, spending most of her time training on the continent to earn a reputation for herself. Even when she did return to Spirit City, Qian would make her visit Qian Douluo, the adjudication elder of the Douluo Hall. Qian Douluo was an upright man who kept his promises and would absolutely not stand by while Qian Xunji committed the mistake of violating his own disciple. What nonsense are you talking about? It's my mistress who is giving birth. He married the youngest daughter of the 4th enshrinement, Light Plume Douluo, last year. I'm finally going to have a junior brother or junior sister. Bibi Dong said. Chapter 45, Mission Complete, Second Martial Soul. Qian suddenly understood. At that time, Bibi Dong was at a critical juncture in her emergency cultivation, breaking through to the Spirit Saint level, which is why she hadn't returned to Spirit Hall. Then congratulations to him. Qian Xunji married the youngest daughter of Light Plume Douluo. Would the child born still be Qian Runshui? However, Light Plume Douluo's spirit is light attributed, so his daughter's probably is too. The little angel born to the two of them should be much more suitable than Bibi Dong, who possesses the Death Spider Emperor spirit, right? If Qian Xunji has a child, should my mission concerning Bibi Dong also be considered complete? After Qian understood the whole story, he finally responded to Lu'er Long's question. Yes, I need to return to Spirit City for a trip. Erlong, do you want to come with me? Qi asked. Lu Erlong shook her head. I won't go. I want to go back and spend time with my mother, and it's not appropriate for me to show my face in Spirit City. Although Yu Luomian intends to pledge allegiance to Spirit Hall, he can't do it so openly, or what would the Clear Sky Sect and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School think? All right, I'll accompany you back to Heaven Do City first. Qi said. Okay. Lu Erlong had no objections. Bibi Dong was a little confused and asked, why are we going back to Heaven Do City? Qi said, you haven't returned to Spirit City for so long, don't you want to bring back a gift? A gift? Bibi Dong realized. Are you talking about the spirit herbs from the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well? Bibi Dong asked. Exactly. There are countless spirit herbs there. You can gather some to win people over. After all, the medicinal materials there grow very quickly. 1 year of growth is equivalent to several hundred years outside, so you can pick them without worry. In a dozen years, there will be another pile of 1,000-year spirit herbs and 10,000-year medicine kings. All right, I'll listen to you. If she doesn't know how to bestow favors, how can she become the supreme pontiff in the future? Relying solely on force won't work. A few days later, when Qi possessed Bibi Dong for the third time, she had already returned to Spirit City. On this day, Qi happened to arrive just as Qian Xunji's daughter was being born, and he followed the crowd to the Supreme Pontiff's residence. Qian Douluo, Qian Xunji, and several enshrined elders of Spirit Hall were standing outside the delivery room, waiting for news from inside. Father, Binger has been inside for so long, why hasn't there been a cry yet? Qian Xunji paced back and forth anxiously. Standing next to Qian Douluo, they didn't look like father and son at all, but rather like two brothers. Qian Douluo smiled, addressing Qian Xunji, don't worry. Binger's spirit power isn't weak, there won't be any danger in childbirth. Besides, there's a healing-type spirit master assisting, so both she and the child will be safe. Only then did Qian Xunji calm down and notice Bibi Dong standing nearby. Donger, have you finally decided to return to Spirit City and see me, your teacher? Qi heart tightened. Meeting Qian Xunji's gaze, he noticed Qian Xunji's demeanor seemed similar to Qian Daolu's, appearing utterly righteous. Teacher, I can't always remain protected under your wing, can I? Qi explained. Qian Daolu nodded and said, indeed, Bibi Dong has done very well, accomplishing many things that I, the Judgment Elder, should have done. You traveled the continent and rooted out many degenerates within Spirit Hall, making Spirit Hall more popular among the people. That's a good thing. Qi quickly replied, it's all thanks to the excellent teaching of teacher and the Grand Elder. As soon as he said this, the Qian family father and son and the several enshriners all laughed. See, this is the benefit of gaining more experience. Such a sweet talker. Bibi Dong watched Qi interacting with them, feeling a wave of confusion, and suddenly remembered Qi previous words. Qi, my teacher already has a child. Do I still need to avoid him? Qi thought for a moment and said, just follow your own wishes. But don't you think gaining experience outside leads to faster progress than cultivating here? Bibi Dong replied, that's true. My spirit is the Death Spider Emperor, and my cultivation speed during slaughter is indeed faster than it is here. Over the years, she had killed many fallen ones, hypocritical nobles, and parasites within Spirit Hall. When they died by her hand, she truly felt her cultivation smooth out considerably. You are already a spirit saint now, why not press on in one go, cultivate until you become a spirit Douluo, and then return to Spirit City. Only then will you have the strength to help Spirit Hall and help your teacher. Qi suggested. Bibi Dong thought about it. What Qi said seemed right. Spirit City had countless spirit saints, one more of her wouldn't make much difference. She also remembered Qi saying that her teacher would die by her hand. If she avoided her teacher, he surely couldn't still be killed by her, right? Just then, the voice of the healing-type spirit master midwife came from inside the delivery room. She's given birth. She's given birth. Congratulations, Your Excellency the Supreme Pontiff, it's a daughter. Mother and daughter are safe. As soon as the words fell, Qian Xunji rushed into the delivery room. The others, needing to avoid suspicion, did not follow. After a while, with Xunji's permission, the few people followed him into the delivery room. On the bed lay a beautiful woman whose looks were not inferior to Bibi Dong's, holding a small baby in her arms. The child wasn't wrinkled like ordinary babies, instead, she looked very beautiful and cute. Good. This child is neither crying nor fussing, and her demeanor is exceptional. She will certainly be able to take on great responsibilities in the future. Qian Douluo praised. Qian Xunji looked at his daughter, joy filling his heart. Father, why don't you give the child a name? Qian Douluo was about to refuse, but at that moment, his brow felt warm, and a holy sword mark faintly appeared. Intelligent as ice and snow, let's call her Shuiye, Qian Runshui. How does that name sound? Qian Douluo asked. He had a sudden inspiration, as if the god of angels was guiding him in the dark, telling him that this child should be given this name. Qian Runshui, what a wonderful name. My daughter shall be named Qian Runshui. Qian Xunji exclaimed. Qian Runshui. Qi Tian felt dazed. Qian Xunji's daughter was still named this. Just then, a system prompt appeared in Qi Tian's mind. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations, host. Bibi Dong's tragic fate has been changed. The mission to possess Bibi Dong is complete. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Mission reward. Open black lens bracket. Second martial soul. Close black lens bracket has been issued. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Upon mission completion, the host will no longer be able to possess the target Bibi Dong. Please handle any potential consequences yourself. Close black lens bracket. As the mission finally complete, Qi Tian was excited. He was finally going to have twin spirits too. However, he was still using Bibi Dong's body right now. He would only be able to see his second martial soul after returning to his own body. Qian Runshui's birth filled Spirit Mountain with joy. Qi Tian, taking advantage of the distraction, returned to his residence, preparing to explain a few things to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong seemed to sense that something was wrong with Qi Tian and was the first to ask, Qi Tian, what's wrong? Bibi Dong, my soul is about to return to the future. I shouldn't be possessing you anymore. Qi Tian said. Why? Bibi Dong asked anxiously. She suddenly remembered something and asked, did we change the future, causing a problem on your end? Chapter 46, The Hodgepodge Body Martial Soul. Qi Tian denied, no, there were no problems on my side. Bibi Dong finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Qi Tian had been unable to be born because of her, she would have regretted it eternally. You should tell me now what you look like and where you will appear in the future, right? Bibi Dong asked. Qi Tian played dumb, saying, haha, if I don't tell you, will you be able to recognize me in the future? He wasn't sure if he had returned to the past or arrived in a parallel world, so it was best to avoid this topic. HMPH, even if you turn to ash, I'll still recognize you. Bibi Dong scoffed. After 8 or 9 years of intermittent interaction, she had gained some understanding of Qi Tian and had fantasized about meeting him in the future. HMPH, when I become the Supreme Pontiff and control Spirit Hall, can you still escape my grasp? Bibi Dong thought to herself. She believed that with Qi Tian's foresight, he would definitely stand out among the many spirit masters in the future. And she could easily use the power of Spirit Hall to find his true body and bring him back to her side. All right, you said it. Don't fail to recognize me when we meet in the future. Qi Tian said. I won't. Bibi Dong affirmed. Qi Tian breathed a sigh of relief, having finally muddled through the conversation. It was a shame he couldn't touch her large dough-like masses anymore. Most importantly, he could no longer rely on Bibi Dong's spirit talent to cultivate, and his own cultivation speed would surely decrease significantly. Fortunately, he had just awakened the Blue-Silver King martial soul, which counted as a high-grade spirit, so his cultivation speed wouldn't fall too far behind. Bibi Dong, your 8th spirit ring should be able to withstand a 100,000-year spirit ring. Have you thought about where to look for one? Bibi Dong was stunned, she hadn't considered things that far ahead. Having absorbed 3 immortal herbs, her physical strength, the purity of her spirit power, and her mental force were all stronger than spirit masters of the same rank. Furthermore, she had received the mysterious heaven skill taught by qian, and had even opened up 2 of her 8 extraordinary meridians, giving her a real chance to absorb a 100,000-year spirit ring. My spirit once sensed the existence of the Death Spider Emperor. It should be the most suitable 100,000-year spirit ring for me, Bibi Dong said. Just like Tang San's Blue-Silver Emperor spirit had an inexplicable resonance with the Blue-Silver Emperor, Bibi Dong had a similar feeling. Her spirit was the emperor among spiders. One continent could not hold 2 emperors, so when she broke through, she could occasionally sense the location of the Spider Emperor. The Death Spider Emperor's spirit ring is indeed suitable for you, Qi Tian said. What about the spirit rings for your second martial soul? After all, she possessed twin spirits, leaving 11 empty spirit ring slots. I heard that deep within the Douluo Great Forest, there are the 100,000-year spirit beasts, the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Azure Bull Python. What about them? These 2 spirit beasts were very famous, and countless spirit masters dared not approach the depths of the Douluo Great Forest because of their presence. Qi Tian habitually shook his head. I suggest you don't target them. Spirit beasts overseas are as numerous as the stars, and 100,000-year spirit beasts are not few. You can go out to sea to hunt 100,000-year spirit beasts later. For this point, you can go confirm it with the Grand Elder. He once visited Sea God Island and has some understanding of the ocean. Back then, when Spirit Hall marched on Sea God Island, they suffered a great defeat. Later, Tang Chen and Qian Douluo jointly visited Bo Saishi to quell the repercussions of the event. Sea spirit beasts. Bibi Dong looked troubled. No, my spirit can't even exert 70% of its strength in the sea. How could I defeat a 100,000-year spirit beast? Qi Tian had considered this point and suggested, you can go retrieve some spring water from the ice and fire yin-yang well. The extremely hot and extremely cold spring water there, when introduced into the body of a 100,000-year spirit beast, they won't be able to withstand it. But having absorbed 2 immortal herbs, you can resist this power. Also, you can befriend Gold Crocodile Douluo. When the time comes, ask him for help and go out to sea to hunt spirit beasts with you. Gold Crocodile Douluo's spirit is the amphibious Gold Crocodile King, which can still exert its full strength in the sea. Qi Tian, like a mother hen, explained many things to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong was also very patient, quietly listening until Qi Tian finished speaking. She was savoring Qi Tian's final concern, as she didn't know when they would meet next. The next morning, Qi Tian woke up in his rented apartment, felt his rock-hard pectorals, and inexplicably felt a sense of emptiness. Sigh, after spending so much time together, I'm actually a little reluctant to part with them. Qi Tian thought. During their long association, he witnessed Bibi Dong transform from an ignorant, naive girl into a decisive and resolute holy maiden of Spirit Hall. He witnessed Luer Long transform from a struggling girl who was tough on the outside but soft on the inside, into a female knight with a powerful heart. Both women, whether in appearance or inner character, deeply attracted Qi Tian, a normal man. I hope they can continue to improve. Qi Tian silently blessed them in his heart. I wonder what exactly my second martial soul is. Qi Tian sat up and released his second martial soul, only to see a spirit exactly identical to himself appear behind him. My spirit is actually myself. Body martial soul. No, that doesn't seem quite right. Qi Tian discovered that this body martial soul of his was not merely his physical body. A dense aura of death emanated from the spirit's body, very similar to the aura of Bibi Dong's spirit. The spirit's eyes were one milky white and one red, representing the 2 attributes of ice and fire. Red flames, similar to Luer Long's dragon flames, also emerged from the red eye. Is this a hodgepodge? Qi Tian was slightly bewildered. This spirit seemed to have blended all his attributes, except for the blue-silver grass, together. Bibi Dong's power of death, the 2 ice and fire immortal herbs, Luer Long's extreme fire dragon spirit power, and the vital energy of the true dragon physique all combined to form one body martial soul. Body martial soul is fine too. Qi Tian quickly accepted this spirit. He possessed the true dragon physique, talent, and even had the chance to evolve his physique into the divine dragon physique. If he could refine the body of a level 100 true god, using the body martial soul would allow him to fully unleash the power of his physical body. This meant that when Qi Tian's body martial soul cultivated to become a god, it would not be suppressed by the rules of the Douluo continent. He wouldn't be like Tang Chen, who cultivated to the extreme and even developed the unique skill Great Sumeru Hammer, yet still couldn't break through level 100. Nor would he be like the deep-sea demon Whale King, whose physical body was 99% converted into a divine body, yet still couldn't truly break through level 100 and become a god. Cultivating the body martial soul for body refining could also accelerate the maturation of the true dragon physique. The two complemented each other, like stepping on his left foot with his right foot and soaring directly to heaven. The future is promising. Now I have another spirit to cultivate. Filled with hope, Qi Tian retracted his body martial soul. No matter what kind of spirit it was, it needed to be properly developed to unleash the power it was meant to possess. Chapter 47, The Qian Blood Power, Possessing Qian Runshui. For the past 2 years, every morning, Qi Tian would first train his body until exhaustion, and then soak in a medicinal bath to recover. There was no other way. This was the only clumsy method he had to cultivate his physique and accelerate the growth of his physical talent. After finishing his physical training, Qi Tian would then go to the distant forest to cultivate his blue-silver grass spirit power, continuing this routine for 2 years straight. Today was no exception. After Qi Tian spent some time studying his second martial soul, he began his physical training. In the small courtyard, Qi Tian lifted the iron chains and began his strength training. It feels much lighter than yesterday. No, my strength has increased again. He awakened his body martial soul today, making his control over his physical strength much smoother, and the 3000 Jin iron chains felt a bit light. The body martial soul. Qi Tian lifted the iron chains, activated martial soul possession, and felt the changes in every strand of his muscle. Suddenly, he felt a special power circulating ceaselessly within his body. What is this? It doesn't feel like spirit power, instead, it seems like the materialization of physical strength. Qi Tian focused completely, carefully sensing this power, and discovered that it was mobilized according to the direction of his exertion. True dragon physique, vitality and blood like a dragon, could this be the Qian blood power? If this vital and blood power grows to its limit, will it mean the young dragon matures and the hidden dragon soars into the sky? Qi Tian speculated. That's right. My body was strengthened, but I didn't actually turn into a dragon. Instead, I gained this Qian blood power. He just couldn't sense this power before. Only now, with the body martial soul, could he clearly perceive this Qian blood power. Let's see if I can control it. Qi Tian used his body martial soul to mobilize this Qian blood power, letting it circulate within his body. Every place this Qian blood power circulated to felt warm, its strength was reinforced, and the body was nourished. Should I try mobilizing this Qian blood power according to the circulation route of the mysterious heaven skill? Qi Tian focused his mind and calmed his breath, pushing this power to complete a major circulation cycle. No, that's wrong. This power should be used to temper the muscles and bones, not the meridians. Qi Tian realized that the Qian blood power was different from spirit power. It shouldn't be cultivated in this way but should be used to strengthen the physical body. The stronger the physical body, the stronger the Qian blood power. The stronger the Qian blood power, the better the tempering effect on the body, creating a positive feedback loop. And the link between the two was his body martial soul. I finally see hope for cultivating a god-level physique. Qi Tian thought happily. Next, he forged his body like a child with a new toy. If he made a slight mistake and injured his body, he could use the blue-silver king martial soul and mysterious heaven skill to repair the hidden damage. Moreover, because the body martial soul could control his entire body, he wouldn't leave behind any hidden injuries. After a good while, Qi Tian had only just figured out a bit of experience when he was already exhausted. He immediately went to the bathroom and submerged himself in the medicinal water prepared beforehand. This secret medicinal formula was obtained by Bibi Dong from Yu Shaogang, and it was highly suitable for physical recovery. The iron chains are too light. I need to forge a new set of iron chains to suit my cultivation. If only I had a gravity domain, things would be much simpler. Qian thought to himself. The gravity domain is the innate domain of the Titan giant ape clan. Once activated, gravity increases manifold, and the weak can be directly crushed. A spirit ring from the Titan giant ape would actually be quite suitable for my body martial soul. However, Qian was just thinking about it. How could he possibly defeat a Titan giant ape right now? After finishing his medicinal bath, Qian went to the spirit hall in Sylve City to update his spirit soul handbook and receive his gold coin subsidy. A 9-year-old 22nd rank spirit grandmaster was considered rare across the entire Douluo continent. But the spirit hall clerk merely offered him a casual invitation to join, and after Qian politely declined, they didn't force him. Spirit hall's reaction is still too slow. Qian thought to himself. Perhaps this was because spirit hall had vast influence and had seen too many geniuses. People like Tang San and Xiao Wu weren't noticed by spirit hall until the spirit master tournament, and the same was true for Qian now. This is a good thing. Qian thought, as he didn't want to be noticed by Spirit Hall too early. After receiving his gold coin subsidy, Qian headed to the forest to cultivate his blue-silver grass. Once night fell, Qian returned to the city and went to the Great Spirit Arena to participate in spirit battles, increasing his experience while earning some gold coins to spend. After breaking through to Spirit Grandmaster, Qian finally wouldn't fall into the predicament of struggling to find suitable opponents. Because Qian could use disguise to transform, he would bet gold coins on himself to win while participating in spirit battles, making money very quickly. By fighting 2 matches every day, he could earn several hundred gold coins. Late at night, Qian emerged from the Great Spirit Arena, concluding a fulfilling day. To save time, he directly rented a small courtyard within the city to stay, avoiding the need to travel back and forth between the city and the outskirts. After Qian fell asleep, he seemed to hear the system prompt sound in the depths of his consciousness. Douluo Era 2631, Spirit City, on Spirit Mountain. Deep night. A blonde girl knelt outside the Hall of Elders and bowed several times. "Grandpa, please take care of yourself. This time, I will definitely conquer the Heaven Do Empire and prove that I am a worthy successor to the angel. I will also definitely take the position of Supreme Pontiff back from my sister." After speaking, the blonde girl stood up, took her guards, descended the mountain, and left Spirit City. Inside the Hall of Elders, 2 young-looking men sat facing each other. They were the Grand Elder and Third Elder of Spirit Hall, both revered supplicants. "Big brother, are you really okay with Shui going on a long journey like this? She is only 9 years old." Qian Douluo said expressionlessly, "This is her own choice, I will not interfere." "Alas," the third supplicant sighed, "you might not feel sorry for Shui, but I do. Why won't you let me be her guard? Shui, too, she only has eyes for you, her grandfather, but not for me, her maternal grandfather." This made him feel quite jealous. Even though he took care of her in every way, she only bid farewell to Qian Douluo and not to him. Could it be that she still blames her mother in her heart and hates me along with her? The third supplicant muttered. Qian Douluo shook his head and said, "Shui is not like that. She might have been afraid you wouldn't let her leave Spirit City." "Alas, I hope so. On the main road leading from Spirit City to Heaven Do City, a beast carriage was speeding along. The beast carriage looked ordinary on the outside, but inside, it concealed a hidden world. The wheels had special shock-absorbing devices, and the carriage contained mysterious runes. Antique collectors would surely recognize that this was actually a spirit tool. Inside the beast carriage, the blonde girl was sleeping lightly. Her features were delicate, and her complexion was flawless. Everything about her was perfect, as if she were a creation of the gods. Once she reached adulthood, few people in this world would likely be able to compare with her beauty. Just then, her eyelids fluttered slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. "Where is this place? And whose body have I possessed now?" A trace of confusion was in the girl's eyes. She then placed her hand on her chest, examining her body. Chapter 48, Telling Stories to Qian Runshui. There were no familiar soft, large mounds, only firm, small buns. Clearly, this body was not Bibi Dong's, nor was it Luer Long's. Qian saw there was a mirror in the carriage, so he climbed out of bed and went to the vanity mirror. He saw his current appearance in the mirror. Golden long hair, flawless skin, a high bridge of the nose, and long, phoenix-like eyes. She looked to be 11 or 12 years old, a little beauty. What a beautiful little girl. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Qian thought to himself. Just then, a crisp, slightly authoritative little girl's voice rang out in Qian's mind. Who are you? Why are you in my body? Qian smiled and said, finally willing to talk to me. In fact, he had long discovered that the soul of this body had awakened, but she had been dormant, only willing to speak to Qian until now. Are you Gui Mei, like Uncle Gui, the ghost Douluo spirit? The little girl asked. Qian thought for a moment and said, calling me a ghost isn't wrong. Little sister, who are you? The girl stopped speaking again, so Qian sensed the spirit of this body. Even if you don't say it, I know, the six-winged angel martial soul. You must be a descendant of the Qian family of Spirit Hall, right? You call Gui Mei, Uncle Gui, could you be the daughter of the Supreme Pontiff Qian Xunji? Are you called Qian Runshui? Qian asked. Qian Runshui's voice finally rang out in Qian's mind again, who are you? How do you know my name? As a descendant of the angels, she had been secretly raised since birth. Bibi Dong was the holy maiden on the surface to divert public attention, while she was the true holy maiden of Spirit Hall. It really is her. Qian's heart skipped a beat. No wonder he found the young girl's face somewhat familiar earlier, now he realized she bore a slight resemblance to her parents. However, Qian Runshui's appearance was equivalent to an amalgamation and enhancement of her parents' best features. Qian Runshui, what is Bibi Dong to you? Qian asked curiously. He was curious whether Bibi Dong was Qian Runshui's mother or her senior sister. If she were Qian Runshui's sister, then this world might be a continuation of the one where Qian previously possessed Bibi Dong. You know my sister. Qian Runshui seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Is she your sister? Then is your grandfather the third elder of Spirit Hall? Qian asked. Qian Runshui said, that's right. Since you know my grandfather is an elder of Spirit Hall, why don't you leave quickly? If you are discovered, the God of Angels will descend the light of judgment to destroy you. Ha ha ha. Qian couldn't help but laugh. He had possessed Bibi Dong for many years, even standing before Qian Douluo, and had never encountered any judgment. How could he be intimidated by Qian Runshui? Just then, Qian's system sent a notification. Open black lens bracket current mission. Change the fate of Qian Runshui and make her a true angel, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket phase reward. Borrowing falsehood to cultivate truth. Cultivate using Qian Runshui's body, and spirit power can be fed back to the main body. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket final reward, divine artifact. The higher the mission completion rate, the better the quality of the divine artifact, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket mission details. A true angel should possess humility, justice, courage, perseverance, never underestimate the enemy. Please, host, cultivate her with all your heart. Close black lens bracket. A divine artifact. Qian was stunned. A divine artifact reward so soon. For spirit masters below level 100, a divine artifact possessed crushing power. Like Tang San using the golden trident, with the strength of a spirit Douluo, he dared to risk his life against the group including the limit Douluo Bibi Dong. Perhaps I am rejoicing too early. Qian calmed his mind. Not to mention what kind of divine artifact the final reward would be, with his current strength, he likely couldn't even activate it. Furthermore, divine artifacts generally require affinity with the corresponding god position to be activated. Just like Bo Saishi, without sea god affinity, even as a level 99 limit Douluo, she had to use all her strength to barely lift the trident. He currently had no affinity for any god. Even if he had a divine artifact, he couldn't use it. Oh well, I'll just take it in stride. Qian thought to himself. The system's rewards seemed to require his own effort to develop before they yielded returns. This divine artifact should be the same. What are you laughing at? Qian Runshui's crisp, slightly authoritative little girl's voice rang out again. Qi Tian shook his head. Nothing, I just remembered something happy. Didn't you ask who I am? Actually, I am a wandering ghost from another world, possessing you. You don't need to worry, I won't hurt you. Tomorrow, you will be able to control your own body. Upon hearing this, Qian Runshui immediately became interested. Another world. Is it a world like the Douluo continent? Qi Tian answered, half truthfully, not the same, our world doesn't have spirit masters. Qian Runshui was half skeptical, then how can you prove what you say is true? Since you are from another world, why do you know my sister? Qi Tian said, I know your sister naturally because I have seen her. I am a ghost, not a blind person who can't see. As for proof of the other world, why don't I tell you a story from our world? In return, you tell me your story, how about that? Qian Runshui thought for a moment and said, your request is fair, I agree. Qi Tian thought about it and prepared to tell her the story of Lu Bang and Shangyu fighting for the world, to see if it could serve as a warning to Qian Runshui. Her future self was too arrogant. After becoming a god, she could have directly killed Tang San, but she let him go to sea to become a god. Although she did kill Tang San, he could be resurrected, and holding dual god positions, he killed his. Way back, it is said that the king of Qin destroyed the 6 states and unified the world, styling himself the first emperor, touring the world to suppress the remnants of the 6 states. While touring, he passed through a place, and when Lu Bang saw His Majesty, not only was he not afraid, but he arrogantly said, a great man should be like this. Quote. Qian Runshui slowly became immersed in Qi Tian's story. The things the first emperor wanted to do in this story were exactly what Spirit Hall wanted to do now. Sweep away Heaven Do and Star Luo, unify the continent, and establish the Spirit Empire. When Qi Tian reached the part where Shang Yu let Lu Bang enter Shu, and finally Lu Bang killed his way back from Shu to seize the world, he suddenly stopped. Shuiye, after hearing this story, do you have any insights? Qi Tian asked. Qian Runshui thought for a moment. The overlord was ferocious, the king of Han was shameless. Qi Tian sighed, it seemed Qian Runshui hadn't grasped the essence. What I want to say is, one should use remaining strength to pursue the fleeing enemy, not seek a false reputation like the overlord. In the future, when you encounter such an opponent, do not let the tiger return to the mountain, you must know how to cut the weeds and dig up the roots, eliminating evil completely. Qi Tian did not want Qian Runshui to repeat the same mistakes and eventually die from her own arrogant self-righteousness. HMPH, a defeated opponent is always a defeated opponent. If it were me, even if I let him leave and gave him a fair chance, he would never be able to defeat me. Fine. I wasted my breath. Qi Tian was somewhat speechless. However, he didn't expect to succeed in one go, he would just educate Qian Runshui slowly, letting her know that there is always someone better. Alright, it's your turn to tell a story. Qi Tian said. Chapter 49, Qian Runshui goes to school. Tell a story. Qian Runshui enjoyed listening to stories, but when it came to telling one herself, she was at a loss for words. Qi Tian touched her bone age, knowing she was just a 9-year-old girl, likely not having encountered many things yet. Although people in this world mature early, it's not without limits. If you don't know what to talk about, then tell me where you went and what you did on this trip. Otherwise, if I don't know what you're doing, it'll be easy to expose us if we meet someone you know, Qi Tian said. Qian Runshui said, alright then. I'm going to Heaven Do City to carry out a mission. I want to use this mission to prove myself, to prove that I have the ability to be the Supreme Pontiff. Qi Tian was stunned. Isn't the Supreme Pontiff your father? Is he abdicating? Qian Runshui said, my father has already passed away. My senior sister, Bibi Dong, rendered great service in avenging my father, accumulated enough prestige, and became the Supreme Pontiff. Qi Tian was stunned. Had Qian Xunji still died? He suggested that Bibi Dong befriend gold crocodile Douluo and hunt 100,000-year spirit beasts overseas. Had she not listened? How did the Supreme Pontiff die? Qi Tian asked. Qian Runshui said, he was killed by Tang Hao of the Clear Sky sect while trying to help my mother obtain 100,000-year spirit beast spirit ring and spirit bone. After all this, had destiny returned to its origin. Without Bibi Dong's involvement, Qian Xunji still went to hunt Yin. This was too strange. Qi Tian remembered that when Yin married Tang Hao, she had already entered her mature phase, right? How did Qian Xunji discover her identity as a spirit beast? Sometimes he suspected that Yin's identity was revealed by Tang Hao himself, with the purpose of obtaining her spirit ring and spirit bone. Or perhaps it was the arrangement of a certain divinity in the god realm, because the timing was too coincidental. Tang San transmigrated at this very time. My condolences. You're so young, is your senior sister willing to let you carry out a mission? Qi Tian asked. Qian Runshui said, what does age matter? My senior sister also traveled for many years when she was young, accumulating the prestige to become the supreme pontiff. If she can do it, so can I. My mission this time is to impersonate the Heaven Dou Empire's first prince, Shui Qing, and use his identity to usurp the Heaven Dou Empire. Then, I will quietly await the Spirit Hall's army, and with an inside-outside attack, completely annex the Heaven Dou Empire. Qi Tian quietly listened to her mission, unsure whether to call her naive or Spirit Hall naive. In a world with spirit masters, they actually want to usurp the Heaven Dou Empire using this method. Currently, among the Heaven Dou Empire's 3 great sects, only the 7 treasure-glazed tile school poses a slight threat. Couldn't they just directly behead them and then sweep through? However, this world is not without change. In the original Destiny, the initial relationship between Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong should have been very bad. But now, this Qian Runshui almost regards Bibi Dong as an idol-like figure, wanting to emulate her and become the supreme pontiff of Spirit Hall. I understand. When we meet acquaintances later, you must remind me how you address them, so I don't give us away. Qi Tian said. Actually, it wouldn't matter even if he gave them away. Even Qian Douluo couldn't detect the anomaly of Qi Tian's possession, so how could others discover it? No need to remind me, you just don't need to talk to them. Qian Runshui said. Is she that proud? Qi Tian finally experienced Qian Runshui's arrogance. The carriage continued to move, and Qi Tian sat cross-legged inside, beginning his daily cultivation. When possessing others to cultivate, spirit power can be fed back to Qi Tian's main body, so Qi Tian naturally wouldn't waste cultivation time. Qian Runshui had innate spirit power level 20, and her cultivation talent was not bad. Although her cultivation speed was hindered by her extreme fire and light attributes, it wouldn't be too slow. Carefully observe the route I use to circulate spirit power, and remember this cultivation method. This cultivation method is a secret. Do not spread it, and do not casually display it or let others discover it. Qi Tian reminded. He was cultivating mysterious heaven skill, and teaching it to Qian Runshui was no big deal. Is this a cultivation method from your world? Qian Runshui asked. Qi Tian shook his head and said, no. But he didn't explain the origin of the cultivation method, mainly because he had tricked it out of someone, and revealing that would be too damaging to his character. Qi Tian embraced unity, meditated on his spirit, and allowed his spirit power to circulate through the 12 main meridians and other channels. The embracing unity of the mysterious heaven skill originally referred to guarding a sliver of spiritual light in the heart, the primordial spirit, but in spirit power cultivation, it referred to guarding the spirit. No, this 6-winged angel martial soul should also be considered a body martial soul, right? Otherwise, is it a beast spirit? The difference between a beast spirit and a body martial soul lies in the connection between the spirit and the body. The connection between a body martial soul and the body is extremely strong, complementing each other, while a beast spirit strengthens the body through the spirit. Once my main body develops the blood and qi cultivation method for a body martial soul, I'll try to see if Qian Runshui's body can cultivate it. If she can cultivate it, then her spirit would also be a variant of a body martial soul. Just like Gui Mei, his spirit is a ghost, which is actually part of his body, so it also counts as a body martial soul. And Jing Ling, whose spirit is a skeleton, but it's also part of himself, so it should also count as a body martial soul. Qian focused his mind, cultivating while traveling. After his soul left Qian Runshui's body and returned to his main body, he also immersed himself in cultivation. Every morning, he researched cultivating his body martial soul, in the afternoon he cultivated blue-silver grass, and in the evening, he went to the Great Spirit Arena for spirit duels. Every day was fulfilling. A few days passed in a flash. When Qian possessed Qian Runshui for the third time, she had already secretly arrived in Heaven Do City. "Why are you here again?" Qian Runshui was alarmed. Today was the first day of her mission, and she didn't want any mishaps. "What? You don't want me to come? I remember last time you were urging me to tell you stories," Qian said. Qian Runshui didn't know whether to laugh or cry, "But I have a mission to carry out today." "What are you afraid of? I'll just help you carry out the mission, won't I? Tell me the details of your mission this time," Qian said nonchalantly. Qian Runshui was still too naive and quickly told Qian the mission details. Her current identity was a classmate of the first prince, Shui Qing, so she could observe Shui Qinghei's daily habits, words, and actions. In 2 days, she would also infiltrate Shui Qinghei's residence to grasp all of Shui Qinghei's movements. At the Heaven Do Royal Academy's Junior Spirit Master Academy branch, Qian Runshui replaced a child from a noble family and became Shui Qinghei's classmate. Qian was back in the classroom again, feeling that this world was truly wondrous. If he hadn't left Nuoding Academy, he would probably be a 4th-year student now, but instead, he was back in a 4th-year classroom. However, the Heaven Do Royal Academy's Junior Spirit Master Academy branch had much better faculty and cultivation environment than Nuoding Academy. Many children from small families would be sent here to study. Because some small families couldn't afford to build their own cultivation grounds, using the Academy's grounds for cultivation was the most cost-effective. "Look, Shui Qing is here," Qian Runshui reminded. Chapter 50, Qian Runshui's Junior Schoolmates. Shui Qing was young, but he had already learned how to conduct himself and treat others politely at a tender age, showing courtesy to everyone he met. Although his appearance wasn't outstanding, he had a straight nose and a square mouth, looking clean and fresh. "How is it? Did you remember?" Qian asked. Qian Runshui said, "What's so difficult about that? I can transform into him and replace him right now. Later, you go provoke him. I need to remember the aura of his spirit, and his spirit rings and spirit abilities." "Isn't that too rushed? Let's wait a bit, we can talk about it during the afternoon cultivation class," Qian asked. Qian Runshui said, "All right, but don't you forget." Qian smiled, reliving his time in class, but after only a short while, Qian Runshui began to feel bored. "What this teacher is saying is too simple, isn't it? So boring. Can you tell me a story?" Qian Runshui asked. Qian was helpless and could only communicate with her through his soul, continuing to tell her stories, as if he were coaxing his daughter. Fortunately, Qian still remembered some small anecdotes he could tell Qian Runshui. If he couldn't remember, he would just make them up, as long as they conveyed the core of the story and subtly influenced Qian Runshui. Qian Runshui had never encountered such things before, so she found it novel and listened with great interest. Unknowingly, the morning's theory class ended, and Qian was packing his things, preparing to leave. Just then, a burst of laughter and chatter came from outside. Qian Runshui noticed that Shui Qing had also gone over, so she urged, "Uncle Gui, quick, let's go take a look too." "Well, my seniority has gone up another generation. I'm actually being called Uncle Gui by Qian Runshui." Qian was a bit helpless, but still went to join the fun. Outside the training ground, many students had gathered. "I am a 4th-year student, Zhan, your senior. You, junior students should listen to me." A burly young man blocked the 3rd-year students on the training ground. "If you don't agree, you can come out and challenge me, otherwise, when you see me in the future, you'll have to call me Big Brother." Zhan folded his arms across his chest, looking disdainfully at the junior students on the field. Qian stood on the periphery as a bystander, quietly gathering information. "Bullying really is everywhere," Qian sighed inwardly. Nuoding Academy had senior students bullying work-study students, and the same situation was happening here. I heard that Jason is General Zhe Long's son. He's very overbearing. He just subdued the first year and second year students 2 days ago. HMPH, he's not stupid. I heard that the Crown Prince is also studying here. He's probably trying to show off in front of the Crown Prince. What if he loses? Wouldn't that be a loss of face instead? How could he lose? Although he's only in 4th year, he's already a one-ring spirit master. That's not necessarily true. I heard there's a tough character in 3rd year, a woman who specializes in using poison. Several well-informed students were chatting on the outskirts of the training ground. Qian followed their gaze and looked towards the field. Indeed, 2 girls on the field stood out. One was a light green-haired girl whose pupils were somewhat different from ordinary people, being light green, appearing a bit demonic and enchanting. The other girl wore black, had a slender figure, long hair like a waterfall, and a pair of beautiful, clear eyes, making her a true beauty. At this moment, Qian Runshui's soul also passed through the body, following Tian's gaze to see the 2 girls. She introduced, those 2 girls, one is Dugu Yan, the granddaughter of Poison Douluo, and the other is 9-star Begonia Yi Lingling. To complete her mission, she had naturally investigated some of the main spirit master forces in Heaven Do City. Yi, Lingling and Dugu Yan were her key targets. Tian nodded. So it was them. Junior schoolmates, how nice. After you become the Crown Prince, you can try to win them over. If you succeed, wouldn't Spirit Hall have fewer enemies? Qian Runshui snorted coldly. Their families don't have that value. One is the 9-star Begonia, passed down through a single spirit, and the other is an 80+ level spirit Douluo. Spirit Hall tried to win over the Yi family and Dugu Bo, but they were unwilling to join Spirit Hall. The Yi family is fine, a healing spirit master family can't cause much trouble. But Dugu Bo is too dangerous. Spirit Hall plans to send people to kill him to eliminate future problems. Tian listened to Qian Runshui's statement and remained silent for a moment. Was it because Dugu Bo was being hunted by Spirit Hall that Shui Xing saved him, making him work for Shui Xing for a lifetime? Shui, don't be so extreme. I see that Dugu Yan seems to have some mild poisoning. Their family's spirit should have some flaws. Dugu Bo should have encountered this problem too. Why don't you let Spirit Hall think of a way to detoxify him and try to gain his loyalty? Dugu Bo might not care about the poison in his own body, but he cannot ignore his granddaughter. For the continuation of his family, he should agree to you. Qian Runshui was a little surprised. You can tell Dugu Yan is poisoned. Tian said, look at the color of her pupils, aren't they a bit abnormal? That's a sign of poisoning. This state should also be present in Dugu Bo. You can have someone investigate. Qian Runshui was thoughtful. Although she didn't think highly of Dugu Bo, if he could be used by her, she wouldn't refuse. Good, Spirit Hall just happens to have recruited several experts in poison and alchemy. We can have them research green-scaled snake poison. Tian's heart stirred. Was she referring to the Yang family among the 4 single-attribute clans? Yang Wushuang, Yang Wudi's younger brother, seemed to have led a group of people to join Spirit Hall. And the poison Qian Runshui used on the Heaven Do imperial family came from the Yang family. The Yang family are experts in poison and alchemy. They shouldn't be helpless against green-scaled snake poison. The battle is about to begin, let's watch first. Tian said. On the training ground, Jason arrogantly declared, I'm already a spirit master, and I won't bully you. Let all the spirit masters in your class come at once. Dugu Yan stepped forward, her green eyes coldly looking at Jason, and the black-clad girl Yi Lingling also silently stood behind her. HMPH, do the students in your class only hide behind women? Or is it that your class only has these 2 spirit masters? Jason mocked. Dugu Yan gave a cold laugh, performed martial soul possession, and exhaled a stream of emerald green poisonous mist towards Jason. She hadn't yet cultivated the green-scaled purple poison, and after martial soul possession, the snake scales on her body were still a normal green. Petty tricks. Jason had already inquired clearly. The opponent was a control system battle spirit master, a master of poison, and a bit of snake venom wouldn't be able to poison him immediately. The opponent was no match for him, an attack system battle spirit master. He performed martial soul possession, rushed forward quickly, his first spirit ring flashed beneath his feet, and his arm transformed into a black dragon claw, grabbing towards Douluo. Douluo's figure swayed like a poisonous snake, dodging Jaesun's attacks. Their spirit power was equal, and for a time, they were at a stalemate. Chapter 51, Striking up a conversation with Douluo. Douluo and Jaesun fought back and forth on the training grounds, but Jaesun ultimately held the spirit advantage, and Douluo seemed poised to lose soon. Qian Runshui watched Shui Qing, who was sitting steadily in the back, feeling a bit eager to try. Go beat up Jaesun and force Shui Qing to make a move. Qian Runshui said. Qi Tian was somewhat speechless and reminded her, Shui, you're currently in disguise as someone else. Won't making a move expose you? Qian Runshui paused, then remembered that she was currently disguised as a young lady from a small family, with only 9 levels of spirit power and no spirit abilities. Qi Tian added, and how are you sure Shui Qing will make a move? What should I do then? Qian Runshui asked. Just wait. You're not in a hurry. When Shui Qing has his training class, he'll surely have to use his spirit and spirit abilities, right? Hearing this, Qian Runshui no longer tried to persuade him. Just then, the situation on the training grounds suddenly changed. Douluo, risking injury, released a poisonous mist at close range towards Jaesun. What a ruthless girl, Qi Tian thought to himself. Jaesun was about to claw her shoulder, but he himself was first afflicted by green-scaled snake poison, falling into a state of paralysis. That claw had no power behind it and was dodged by Douluo twisting her body. Before long, Jaesun fell to the ground. His cultivation was not thorough, and his poison resistance was not very good. For example, Yu Tianung's blue lightning tyrant dragon was not very afraid of Douluo's snake venom, but this Jaesun seemed unable to withstand it. Douluo won, but when the surrounding students saw Jaesun's bruised and purple face, they all retreated a few steps, fearing her snake venom. Such terrifying poison, even General Zhe Long's son couldn't withstand it. She really is a little poison girl. That's right, I heard her body itself is poisonous, and getting too close to her will also poison you. Stay away from her, I don't want to lie on the ground. Douluo scanned her surroundings, seemingly long accustomed to the indifferent and disgusted gazes of others. She didn't argue for herself, merely dropped a pill to relieve green-scaled snake poison, then left the training grounds. Yi Lingling, who had been silent in the corner, also quietly left the training grounds upon seeing this. Tisk tisk, a pair of problem children, they'll be led astray sooner or later. Qi Tian thought to himself. Douluo and Yi Lingling's childhoods both seemed rather unhappy. One was because her spirit was highly poisonous, making classmates afraid to approach, so Douluo couldn't make friends. The other was due to family pressure. The 9-star begonia spirit was passed down through a single lineage. Only when the previous 9-star begonia spirit user died would a junior in the Yi family have a chance to awaken the 9-star begonia spirit. The pressure on her shoulders was immense. If Yi Lingling didn't live up to expectations, she might even be assassinated by family members, giving other children in the family a chance to awaken the 9-star begonia again. In such an environment, it's no wonder she developed a quiet and reserved personality. The farce ended with Jaesun being sent to the infirmary. During the afternoon training class, Qi Tian finally saw Shui Qinghei's spirit and memorized its spirit aura. A few days later, Qi Tian possessed Qian Runshui again, but in an unfamiliar environment. Where is this? Qi Tian touched his chest, confirming his current identity. This sensation was undoubtedly Qian Runshui. Instead of Qian Runshui's reply, he received a scolding. You old ghost, are you a lecher? Why are you always touching me? Ahem, it's a habit. Qi Tian stated that he was accustomed to confirming identities in this manner. HMPH. Only then did Qian Runshui reply, this is the prince's mansion. My current identity is Shui Qing. You should have memorized Shui Qinghei's aura. Remember to transform into his appearance for school later. Qian Runshui reminded him. After several possessions, she had grown accustomed to Qi Tian's presence. Every few days, qian would possess her, occupying her body. But fortunately, qian didn't cause trouble and diligently helped her complete tasks, so Qian Runshui gradually became less resistant. So fast. Where is Shui Qing himself? Qian asked. Qian Runshui said, I've locked him in the secret room. I still have a lot of information to interrogate him for. Tisk tisk. Qian exclaimed in admiration. As expected of Qian Xunji's offspring, she directly locked the person in a secret room. Qian went to the dressing mirror, activated his spirit bone, and disguised himself as Shui Qing. His appearance at this moment was precisely Shui Qing himself. Tisk tisk, this spirit bone is truly amazing. His first spirit ability was also disguise, which bore a striking resemblance to Qian Runshui's wisdom spirit bone skill. However, Qian Runshui's soul bone skill wouldn't be exposed even in front of a titled Douluo, making it immeasurably more powerful than Qi Tian's spirit ability. After confirming that his transformation was flawless, Qi Tian went to school under Shui Qinghei's identity. Fortunately, when Qi Tian possessed Bibi Dong, he had attended classes at Moon Pavilion for a few days, so impersonating a noble was not an issue. Moreover, he could even emulate Shui Qing, possessing a noble aura yet remaining approachable. I didn't expect you to learn it so well. Qian Runshui praised. I've already informed Spirit City about your previous suggestion for subduing Dugu Bo. Spirit City has sent a poison grandmaster to assist me. Now, what we need to do is get the Dugu family to cooperate with our research. That's simple. Qi Tian smiled, then turned and headed towards the third-grade classroom. What are you doing? If you just go find Dugu Yan like that, I'll be exposed. Qian Runshui was a little anxious. Qi Tian shook his head and said, what's there to be afraid of? You are now the first prince of the Heaven Do Empire. Are you afraid of people talking if you try to win over Dugu Yan? Only then did Qian Runshui realize that she didn't seem to need to be so afraid. Her soul bone skill couldn't even be seen through by a titled Douluo, and as a prince, winning over Dugu Bo was a perfectly normal thing to do. Qi Tian went directly to Dugu Yan. Her seat, like Yi Lingling's, was in the furthest corner of the classroom. The two reclusive girls had grouped together. Qi Tian stepped forward, revealed a friendly smile, and cupped his hands to Dugu Yan. Junior sister Dugu, I am Shui Qing. May I have the pleasure of making your acquaintance? Dugu Yan was startled. It was the first time she had met someone who actively tried to befriend her, and this person was also the first prince. Her somewhat alluring green eyes blinked. Your Royal Highness. Junior sister Dugu, you're being too formal. We're classmates, you can just call me by my name, or senior brother. Seeing that Qi Tian had no airs whatsoever, Dugu Yan felt no ill will towards him. All right then, I'll call you senior brother. Dugu Yan nodded. Qi Tian stared at Dugu Yan for a while, making even this cold beauty feel a little embarrassed. What are you looking at? Dugu Yan asked faintly. Qi Tian retracted his gaze and said, I'm just admiring something beautiful. Dugu Yan felt her heart skip a beat. It was the first time she had heard someone compliment her appearance like this. Qi Tian took in her subtle expressions, knowing that she was already moved. Girls who lacked love were the easiest to deceive. At Moon Pavilion, these were all compulsory courses. Chapter 52, The Solution to Green-Scaled Snake Poison. Qi Tian struck while the iron was hot and stated his purpose directly. Junior Dugu, I read in a book that those who cultivate beast spirit related to poison are very susceptible to the backlash of their own toxins. Junior's spirit is the green-scaled snake. I wonder if Junior has such concerns. Dugu Yan blinked and shook her head, saying, thank you for your kindness, senior, but I do not have such concerns. Qi Tian frowned slightly. How could she not? Was he too abrupt? Was she unwilling to answer truthfully? Junior, your resistance to poison should be higher than that of an ordinary spirit master. Think again, are you really not poisoned? Dugu Yan thought carefully, and it seemed she really did have such a situation. Whenever the seasons changed or the weather shifted suddenly, her whole body would ache, a pain that penetrated deep into her bones. Moreover, this pain increased with her cultivation level and age. Could this be what he was talking about? Seeing the change in Dugu Yan's expression, Qi Tian knew she had recalled something. However, Qian did not continue to press the matter, only saying, "A poison's master has recently arrived at my residence. If you have nothing to do, Junior, you can visit my residence this afternoon. I think that poison's master may have a way to detoxify Junior." Du Guyan was about to refuse, but Qian did not continue to pester her and turned to leave. Although she was cold and aloof by nature, she knew that for a prince to show such unprovoked hospitality, he must want something from her. However, thinking of the pain when her poison flared up, she considered going to Shui Qinghei's residence to see what insights that poison's master had. "Did you see that? That was the first prince, right? He actually invited Du Guyan to his home as a guest. Tisk tisk, I didn't expect Jason to backfire a few days ago. He wanted to show off but ended up helping Du Guyan. Instead, what good luck, to actually pick up such a big bargain. I think the first prince has taken a fancy to her beauty. Tisk tisk, this snake spirit is actually seducing the first prince, how shameless." A few gossiping female students were whispering. Although Du Guyan was formidable, she didn't have many friends. Her classmates were afraid of her, so they liked to belittle her behind her back to elevate themselves. HMPH. Du Guyan swept a glance at them, and the classroom immediately fell silent. After being gossiped about behind her back, Du Guyan made up her mind to go to Shui Qinghei's residence in the afternoon. She was just that rebellious. Moreover, since Qian was willing to take the initiative to approach her, she actually had some good feelings toward him in her heart. In the afternoon, it was the cultivation class at the Elementary Spirit Master Academy. Students could ask teachers for advice or cultivate on their own. Qian, meanwhile, brought Du Guyan back to the prince's mansion. At Qian Runshui's signal, a masked man appeared in the meeting hall. This masked man was thin and withered, standing there like a javelin. Upon seeing Qian, he hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, young lord." At this moment, Qian Runshui's voice rang in Qian's mind. "This person is the poison's master sent by Spirit Hall, named Yang Wushuang, the younger brother of Breaking Clan Chief Yang Wudi. Have him examine Du Guyan to see if he can detoxify her." "Understood." Qian took an extra look at Yang Wushuang, feeling quite interested in the Yang family's spirit. The attack power of the Yang family's soul-breaking spear was definitely not low. With the help of the Slaughter God domain, Yang Wudi could actually confront a titled Douluo with the cultivation level of a spirit Douluo. Qian's second spirit ability, the Blue-Silver Overlord Spear, was also a spear. When he cultivated it to a deep level, perhaps he could go to the Yang family to learn a thing or two. He waved his hand at Yang Wushuang and said, "No need for formalities. This is my junior, Du Guyan. Junior Dugu, this is the poison's master I mentioned. If you don't mind, you can let him examine your snake poison." "All right." Du Guyan was calm and composed. Yang Wushuang, with his face covered, came before Du Guyan and said, "Young Miss Dugu, excuse me." He took out a silver needle, pricked Du Guyan's finger, drew a drop of her blood, and began to study it. After a while, he asked Du Guyan to activate her spirit and release a little bit of poison mist to study the toxins within. Yang Wushuang was also highly skilled and bold. Relying on his strong spirit power, he actually tested the poison on himself. Before long, he had a certain understanding of the green-scaled snake poison. The poison from young Miss Dugu's spirit is not difficult to cure. What is difficult is the toxins accumulated in her body over 3 years, which need to be gradually eradicated. Moreover, as young Miss Dugu's cultivation level increases, new green-scaled snake poison will accumulate in her body. You must know that every time her spirit absorbs a spirit ring, the green-scaled snake poison will undergo new changes. The medicine I am compounding now may be able to cure the toxins currently in her body, but it cannot cure her future green-scaled snake poison. Until one day, young Miss Dugu's green-scaled snake poison will likely be something even I cannot cure." Qian frowned. So that meant Yang Wushuang couldn't detoxify Dugu Bo. In that case, subduing Dugu Bo wouldn't be so easy. Upon hearing Yang Wushuang's words and seeing Qian frown, Du Guyan felt both sad and moved. Sad because her poison could not be cured at the root, as long as she continued to cultivate, she would encounter this situation again. Moved because the first prince, Shui Qing, actually cared about her so much, this was something she had never experienced before. Senior, do not worry about me. I am already very satisfied that you can cure the poison I currently have. She actually had medicine to alleviate the snake poison, but that could only alleviate the green-scaled snake poison, it could not cure her own poison. Qi Tian sighed. He actually had another method, but this method was difficult to execute. The method Tang San used to detoxify Douluo Bo was to use his own blood to detoxify him. The medicine he compounded for Douluo Bo was actually a cover, it was just a few doses of medicine to relax the muscles and activate blood circulation. What truly could detoxify was his blood. Because he had consumed the fierce fire apricot sweet vegetable and the octagonal mysterious ice grass, after the ice and fire tempered his golden body, a miniature ice and fire yin-yang well had formed within his body. Any toxin that entered Tang San's body would be obliterated by this miniature ice and fire yin-yang well, making him immune to all poisons. And his blood also had this wonderful effect, capable of curing all poisons. People who consumed his blood would also have very strong poison resistance. No matter how the green-scaled snake poison strengthened, it could be neutralized. If Douluo Yan were detoxified using this method, even if her green-scaled snake poison became stronger in the future, it would be neutralized by the medicinal power of the two immortal herbs. But in this world, these two immortal herbs had been eaten by Bibi Dong, so the person possessing this ability had become Bibi Dong. But would Bibi Dong be willing to give her own blood to detoxify Douluo Yan and Douluo Bo? And even if she were willing, it wouldn't be easy for him to tell Qian Runshui that Bibi Dong had this ability, otherwise, Bibi Dong would definitely be able to detect the abnormality in Qian Runshui. Junior, do not worry, there will definitely be a way. Qi Tian comforted her. At this moment, Yang Wuxuang suddenly seemed to remember something. When he defected to Spirit Hall, he had wanted to show off his skills, but who knew he would encounter the new Supreme Pontiff and be devastated. Because Supreme Pontiff Bibi Dong was actually immune to all poisons, she was even unafraid of his most formidable poison, seven-colored splendor. Perhaps she would have a way. Chapter 53, Miserable Douluo Bo. If we can't even undo Douluo Yan's poison, how can we undo Douluo Bo's poison? Uncle Gui, I'm afraid we won't be able to recruit Douluo Bo. Qian Runshui said inside Qi Tian's mind. Actually, I have a way to help them detoxify, and a way to alleviate their snake poison. Qi Tian said. What way? Qian Runshui asked. While sending Douluo Yan out of the prince's mansion, Qi Tian communicated with Qian Runshui in his mind. There is one person who can neutralize their snake poison, and that person is. Before Qi Tian could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Yang Wuxuang. Seeing Douluo Yan leave, Yang Wuxuang wasn't afraid of walls having ears and directly spoke what he knew. Young lord, I know someone who can help Douluo Yan and Douluo Bo detoxify. Oh, who? Qi Tian's heart stirred. Did he also know about Bibi Dong's immunity to all poisons? Yang Wuxuang said, it is Her Excellency the Supreme Pontiff. This subordinate once showed off my abilities in front of Her Excellency the Supreme Pontiff, but even the strongest poison I used failed to poison Her Excellency. Qi Tian's eyes lit up. This matter was easy to handle. Since Yang Wuxuang brought up this information, it had nothing to do with him. But Qian Runshui seemed displeased. Uncle Gui, you still haven't mentioned your method. She was reluctant to ask her older sister for help. Qi Tian said helplessly, my method is also to ask Bibi Dong for help. Qian Runshui fell silent, and after a moment, she said, can't we just give up on recruiting Douluo Bo? Qi Tian said, Douluo Bo's ability is greatly helpful to Spirit Hall's great cause of establishing the Spirit Empire and unifying the continent. Douluo Bo's poison mist poses a threat on the battlefield that is arguably unmatched by any other titled Douluo. Even Bibi Dong's death domain and death toxin would likely be slightly inferior. On the battlefield, he alone can withstand 1,000,000 troops. However, Douluo Bo is a great weapon of mass destruction, and it's best not to release him, lest it severely damage heavenly harmony. Qian Runshui had investigated Douluo Bo's information and naturally knew the terrifying aspect of the green-scaled snake spirit. She sighed, only able to compromise, saying, "I will send her a message, but whether she helps or not, I don't know." After Douluo Yan left the prince's mansion, she returned home. Her family's house was large, but very desolate, with virtually no servants. Douluo Bo was an old poisonous entity, and she was a young poisonous entity. If they released even a little green-scaled snake poison while cultivating, ordinary people couldn't withstand it. Therefore, their home was no different from an ordinary household, unlike those noble families who raised thousands of slaves. "Yanner, why are you back so late today? Where did you go this afternoon?" A withered old man appeared. He was like a stick of straw, skin covering bone, and his eyes were like ghosts, glowing green and extremely chilling. His beard and hair were dark green. It was hard to believe that he was a spirit Douluo Bo, about to break through level 90. "Grandpa, you scared me again." Douluo Yan reverted to the appearance a young girl should have. "How did Grandpa scare you?" Douluo Yan pouted and said, "Let's not talk about that. Today I went to the first prince's residence." She recounted her experiences today one by one to Douluo Bo, believing that such an important matter must be told to him. Shui Qinghei's intention to recruit was too obvious, and she also knew that her grandfather was a carefree hermit who didn't want to rely on any power. Snake poison. Douluo Bo's eyes widened. He hadn't expected that an outsider could discern the flaw in their family's spirit. He had endured for decades to cultivate to his current level, but Douluo Yan might not be able to withstand the pain of being severely poisoned. Even he was quickly reaching his limit now. If the problem wasn't solved, he would soon die from the snake poison backlash. "Shui Qing, I'll go meet him." "Grandpa, don't hurt the first prince." Douluo Yan didn't have time to stop him before Douluo Bo disappeared from her sight. She hurriedly chased after him. Outside the first prince's residence, a withered old man appeared. It was Douluo Bo. The Heaven Do imperial family is just a few insignificant figures. If it weren't for the 7 treasure glazed tile school, the Heaven Do imperial family would have long since declined. Douluo Bo thought. This was why he dared to come directly to the first prince's residence, preparing to kidnap Shui Qing. "I hope what you told Yanner is true, that you can neutralize Yanner's poison, otherwise, this old man won't be polite." Douluo Bo was neither entirely good nor evil. Aside from promises he spoke aloud, he didn't care about anything else. Douluo Bo leapt and entered the first prince's residence, searching for Shui Qinghei's whereabouts. He cultivated a beast spirit, and his body received some enhancements. Even using only spirit power, he was a powerful individual. But as soon as he entered the first prince's residence, he felt a massive pressure approaching. How dare you trespass into the prince's mansion?" A black shadow rushed out, and a twisted snake lance shot out like an arrow, heading straight for Douluo Bo's face. A titled Douluo. Douluo Bo's pupils contracted. Since when did the Heaven Do imperial family have a titled Douluo? Could it be a new bodyguard hired by Ning Fengji? Douluo Bo quickly used martial soul possession, and the 7th spirit ring beneath his feet flashed, transforming him into a 10-meter-long jade phosphor serpent emperor. 2 beams of light shot from his eyes, hitting the incoming snake lance. But the opponent's strength was too great. Spirit Douluo and titled Douluo were 2 different concepts, and the snake lance was not repelled by him. The spear struck the scales of Douluo Bo's jade phosphor serpent emperor true body directly, prying open a piece of jade-like scale. Douluo Bo gasped. He was actually injured. Several spirit rings flashed beneath his feet. Ignoring the disturbance to the Imperial Guards and the 7 treasure glazed tile school guards, he used several spirit abilities consecutively. Risking injury, he finally escaped the first prince's residence. Only after confirming no one was chasing him did he dare return home. As soon as Douluo Yan chased out the door, she saw her injured grandfather return home in confusion. "Grandpa, where did you go? Why are you injured?" Douluo Yan asked worriedly. Douluo Bo opened his mouth, unable to express his suffering. Who knew that such an expert was hidden inside a prince's mansion? At Shui Qinghei's residence, the snake lance disappeared, and a tall, thin old man appeared. This person was precisely Spirit Hall's snake lance Douluo, Shilong. Qian had seen him once using Bibi Dong's body, and at that time, he was still a spirit Douluo. Young lord, the infiltrator was Dugu Bo. Should I pursue and kill him? Shilong asked. With such a large jade phosphor serpent emperor true body, any knowledgeable spirit master could recognize Dugu Bo's identity, let alone Shilong. On the contrary, Shilong repelled Dugu Bo without even using his tool spirit true body, thus not exposing his identity. Or perhaps he held back and didn't use his full strength because he was afraid of exposure. Qian waved his hand and said, "Wait a few more days. If he refuses to submit, then we'll discuss it." "Yes, young lord." Shilong retreated into the shadows, continuing to protect Qian Runshui's safety. Qian, meanwhile, had people handle the aftermath, minimizing the impact of the incident as much as possible. Chapter 54, Seeing Bibi Dong Again. Douluo calendar year 2631 Qian Runshui's timeline, Spirit City, Supreme Pontiff Palace. Bibi Dong wore a brilliant golden long dress, with a 9-curved purple gold crown on her head, holding a letter in her hand. Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor Dugu Bo. Subduing Dugu Bo. That's a pretty good suggestion. After Bibi Dong finished reading the letter and understood Dugu Bo's green-scaled snake poison, which was invincible in group attacks against weaker opponents, she felt Dugu Bo could be useful. Everything in Spirit Hall has been sorted out, it's time to make a move. Bibi Dong thought to herself. In the year since she ascended to the position of Supreme Pontiff, she had already subdued everyone except for the few great high priests. Having made her decision, Bibi Dong no longer hesitated and headed to the Douluo Hall, preparing to invite Gold Crocodile Douluo to accompany her. Over the years, Bibi Dong had diligently avenged Qian Xunji by attacking the Clear Sky sect, earning the recognition of several high priest elders. She planned to invite Gold Crocodile Douluo and, while at sea, hunt a 100,000-year spirit beast to add a spirit ring to her second martial soul. A few days later, Heaven Do City, First Prince's residence. At night, Qian was cultivating in Qian Runshui's body when he suddenly felt someone peeking at him. He opened his eyes and saw the cultivation room door open, with several people standing at the entrance. The leading woman wore a brilliant golden robe. Her fair skin and almost perfect face could be described as a masterpiece of Nua's skill. Even more captivating was the sacred majesty unique to a superior, which emanated from her at all times. This person was none other than Bibi Dong, the current Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, and Qian naturally recognized her. From Qian's perspective, he had only been separated from Bibi Dong for a few days, but Bibi Dong had actually been separated from him for 9 years. 9 years had left no trace on Bibi Dong. She was already over 30, but still looked like she was in her early 20s, in the prime of her youth. Moreover, since becoming the Supreme Pontiff, her temperament had improved by more than just a little compared to 9 years ago. Good, you haven't fallen behind in your cultivation. Bibi Dong saw that Qian Runshui still remembered to cultivate even when outside, and nodded in satisfaction, which made Qian feel a momentary trance. What, you don't even recognize me, your senior sister? Bibi Dong frowned slightly. Qian readily complied and quickly called out, "Greetings, senior sister." Bibi Dong's brows relaxed as she said, "That's more like it. Come here, why are you standing so far away from me?" Qian could only step forward and then bowed to the others, "Greetings, second grandfather, elders." Behind Bibi Dong stood 4 people. Gold Crocodile Douluo, Chrysanthemum Douluo, Ghost Douluo, and Spirit Douluo Lingyan from Spirit Hall. "Ha, young lady, no need for formalities." Gold Crocodile Douluo felt refreshed hearing Qian Runshui's voice. This was his eldest brother's granddaughter, his third brother's external grandson. Rounded up, she was equivalent to his own granddaughter. In the hearts of the high priest elders, Qian Runshui was like a group favorite, equivalent to Ning Rongrong in the hearts of the 2 guardian elders of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. "Undo the soul bone skill disguise," Bibi Dong ordered. Qian readily complied, removing the disguise of the soul bone skill, revealing an angelic, flawless face. Unfortunately, Qian Runshui was still too young, In terms of appearance, she couldn't compete with the mature Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong took Qi Tian's hand and scrutinized his appearance. This was her teacher's only daughter, so she had to take it seriously. Without the secret room incident, she held Qian Xunji in extreme reverence. Good, you've made some progress in a month, Bibi Dong said. Douluo is indeed a talent. The fact that you can see his strengths and recruit him shows that you already possess the wisdom of a superior. But you can't neglect your cultivation level. Cultivate well, and Spirit Hall will still be yours in the future. Qi Tian smiled, unaffected by Bibi Dong's praise. But Qian Runshui in his mind was already ecstatic, cheering excitedly in his head. Uncle Gui, did you hear that? Senior sister praised me. This is the first time senior sister has praised me since father's death. Qian Runshui was very excited. Ever since Qian Xunji died, this senior sister had been strictly demanding of her, even making her eat that extremely difficult to swallow whale glue. Now that she had finally received Bibi Dong's approval, how could she not be happy? Qi Tian could only echo, I heard. Congratulations on becoming the next Supreme Pontiff candidate. All right, time is short. Where is Douluo? Let's go see him, Bibi Dong said. Qi Tian was embarrassed. Going to see Douluo with such a large entourage, wouldn't it scare him to death? At this moment, Qian Runshui's 2 guards arrived. They led the way, and the group hurried towards Douluo's residence. This group of people possessed exceptionally high cultivation levels, and as they walked through Heaven-Do City, no one could detect them. In a short while, the group arrived at Douluo's residence. There weren't many people at Douluo's residence, and at its core, a poison array had even been set up. Seeing this, Si Shui immediately stepped forward, activated his porcupine-fish spirit, and with a sharp inhale, absorbed all the poisonous gas cleanly. At this time, Douluo was recuperating at home when he suddenly felt the poisonous gas dissipate and someone tampering with his poison array. Where did these petty thieves come from? How audacious, daring to steal from this old man. Douluo cursed angrily and rushed out of the room, only to see several people standing in the courtyard, some of whom he even recognized. Chrysanthemum Pass, why is it you? Douluo was startled. He knew Chrysanthemum Douluo and his identity. He was a titled Douluo and a guardian elder of Spirit Hall. Since he was here, then the people around him should also be from Spirit Hall. Old poison, don't call me Chrysanthemum Pass. Chrysanthemum Douluo's expression was a bit grim. However, he still endured it. Anyway, they would all be colleagues in the future, and there would be plenty of opportunities for revenge. Old poison, let me introduce you. This is His Eminence, the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, and this is the second Elder of Spirit Hall. Chrysanthemum Douluo only introduced 2 people and then stopped. These 2 being here was already enough weight. It was up to Douluo to choose. Douluo was terrified, even abandoning the thought of escaping. In front of such powerful opponents, no matter how hard he tried, he wouldn't be able to escape. Douluo sensed around and found that his granddaughter was fine and still immersed in cultivation, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Greetings, Your Eminence the Supreme Pontiff, and this elder. What brings you all here? Do you have any instructions? Douluo was a bit uneasy. Facing such a lineup, even if he broke through to rank 90 and became a titled Douluo, he might not be able to escape. Chrysanthemum Douluo naturally couldn't let His Eminence the Supreme Pontiff negotiate with Douluo, he had to do it on her behalf. Douluo, we were passing through Heaven-Do City and heard your cultivation level is impressive. We'd like to invite you to join Spirit Hall and work with us. Douluo's expression stiffened, and he spoke with difficulty. Chrysanthemum Douluo, you know I'm used to being a free spirit. If I wanted to join Spirit Hall, I would have done so long ago. Why would I wait until now? Chrysanthemum Douluo's expression changed. So you're unwilling. At this moment, a thin old man behind Bibi Dong stepped forward. Then let's talk about you trespassing into the prince's residence. With that, the withered old man revealed his spirit, an 18-foot snake lance. Chapter 55, Douluo submits. The instant the snake lance spirit appeared, Douluo's pupils contracted, and the wounds on his body faintly began to ache. Is he the titled Douluo I encountered at the prince's mansion a few days ago? No wonder a mere prince of the Heaven Do Empire could detect the signs of poison on Yanner, turns out he's colluded with Spirit Hall. Douluo felt a wave of lingering fear. Fortunately, they had wanted to recruit him, otherwise, he probably would have died a few days ago. However, his situation was now also dire. Since he knew Spirit Hall's secret, if he didn't submit and join them, would they let him go? Even if Douluo wasn't afraid of death, having suffered from the green-scaled snake poison for a lifetime, death would be a relief. But his granddaughter, Yan, was still young. Without him as her grandfather, how long could she survive? Thinking of this, Douluo cupped his hands and asked Shilong, Douluo Mianja, may I ask if you have a method to neutralize the green-scaled snake poison? Seeing Douluo's softened attitude, Shilong retracted his spirit and looked towards his young master. Qian, currently wearing Shui Qinghei's appearance, stepped forward. Senior Douluo, only the Supreme Pontiff Mianja can resolve your poison. Qian said. Supreme Pontiff Mianja. Douluo looked toward the stunning woman wearing a long golden dress. Bibi Dong spoke up at the appropriate moment, Douluo, you only have this one chance. Simultaneously, she released a thread of pressure. Douluo immediately felt a sense of suppression and couldn't help but want to release his spirit to resist. Hiss, she's so young, yet she's already a titled Douluo. Moreover, her realm is even higher than that of the titled Douluo holding the snake lance. Douluo had no time to think further and immediately said, Supreme Pontiff Mianja, this subordinate is willing to serve Spirit Hall. He dared not play games in front of the Supreme Pontiff and could only honestly state his willingness to join Spirit Hall. Let them point and criticize, it's better than dying. Besides, Yanner's poison also depends on them. If the green-scaled snake poison can be resolved, I might have a chance to break through rank 90. Douluo rationalized. Bibi Dong withdrew her spirit power pressure, and Douluo immediately felt much more relaxed. She took several bottles of pills from her spirit tool and tossed them to Douluo, saying, this medicine can neutralize the poison in your body. After you join Spirit Hall, first follow Shui Qing and take orders from him. Douluo was a citizen of the Heaven Do Empire, so it was normal for him to be recruited by the prince. This would also strengthen Qian Runshui's influence and help her usurp the throne. Thank you, Supreme Pontiff Mianja. Bibi Dong nodded, then left Douluo's residence with the people accompanying her. At Douluo's residence now, only Qian, Si Shui, and Shilong remained. Senior Douluo, I suggest you don't expel the poison in your body too thoroughly. Qian advised. Oh, what insight does your highness have? Douluo dared not underestimate Qian, because Qian was the one who first discovered the abnormality in Douluo's body. Qian said, if you expel all the poison from your body, not only will you find it difficult to adapt, but your strength will also decrease. After Douluo uses the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor True Body, he can release the green-scaled snake poison without needing to use a spirit ability. This is highly related to his body being full of toxins. If all the toxins in his body were cleared, he would have to rely on a spirit ability to release the green-scaled snake poison. Douluo naturally knew this and quickly asked for guidance, Your Highness, what should I do then? Qian didn't keep him in suspense and directly stated the method. You can transfer the green-scaled snake poison into a spirit bone. Spirit bones are very special, some spirit bones are inherently poisonous. If all your snake venom is stored in a spirit bone, it will neither harm your body nor damage your strength. Douluo's eyes lit up upon hearing this, he indeed possessed a spirit bone from a Medusa snake spirit beast. Thank you for your guidance, Your Highness, but how do I transfer this snake venom into the spirit bone? Douluo asked. On the current Douluo continent, research into meridians is shallow, and cultivation relies on the meditation method. Most spirit masters rely on their spirits for direct combat, and few people circulate their spirit power through their meridians. Having reached Douluo's level of strength, all his meridians, such as the 12 standard meridians, were already unobstructed, aside from the 8 extraordinary meridians. As long as he circulated his spirit power along his meridians, he could slowly channel the poison inside his body into the spirit bone. With just a little guidance from Qian, he understood what he needed to do. Thank you for your instruction, Your Highness. At this moment, Douluo was no longer resistant to serving alongside Qian. Good, resolve your poison here. Si Shui, stand guard for him. Qian instructed. Si Shui's spirit was extremely restrictive towards Douluo. He was not only there to guard Douluo but also to monitor him. Yes, Your Highness. Douluo watched Qian and Shilong depart, feeling a significant reduction in pressure. He was only a spirit Douluo right now, and facing so many titled Douluo was simply too stressful. Douluo took out the antidote given by Bibi Dong and swallowed a pill without hesitation. This scent, why does it feel somewhat familiar? Douluo wondered in surprise. He felt as though he had seen this kind of pill somewhere, but he couldn't recall where immediately. However, he also had expertise in medicinal ingredients, and based on the pill's scent, he felt he could replicate it. After taking the pill, he immediately felt the old jade phosphor serpent emperor poison in his body slowly receding. It works. I didn't expect the Supreme Pontiff, despite her youth, not only to have profound cultivation level but also such deep insight into using and neutralizing poisons. Douluo kept 2 bottles of antidote for himself and sent 1 bottle to Douluo. Since this medicine could neutralize even his green-scaled snake poison, it could naturally resolve the minor poison affecting his granddaughter. Si Shui glanced at Douluo, ignored him, and found a room to cultivate in by himself. Douluo arrived at Douluo's room and found that she wasn't cultivating, but was staring blankly at a jade pendant. Yanner. Douluo turned her head, and seeing it was Douluo, she sighed in relief. Grandpa, why are you here so late? Are your injuries healed? Douluo asked. Douluo shook his head. How could these injuries heal so easily? But they're getting there. Grandpa, you look so happy, is there good news? Douluo asked. Douluo nodded, took out a bottle of pills, and handed them to Douluo, saying, this is the antidote for the green-scaled snake poison. As long as you take this, you won't fear the backlash of the green-scaled snake poison anymore. Douluo said, based on his own experience. Douluo's eyes brightened. Grandpa, where did this antidote come from? Douluo was about to say it was bestowed by the Supreme Pontiff, but considering he now had to follow Shui Qing, it was best not to expose his connection with Spirit Hall. It was given by His Highness, the First Prince. I knew he would find a way. Douluo said joyfully. Douluo sighed. How could he not see that his granddaughter, having been freed from the snake venom, had instead been afflicted by Shui Qinghei's love poison? What a disaster. My own granddaughter has only known Shui Qing for less than a month, yet she's already fallen this deeply. Chapter 56, Luerlong's Suspicion. With Douluo's eyesight, how could he not recognize that the jade pendant on Douluo's bedside was none other than Shui Qinghei's personal jade pendant? His granddaughter staring blankly at that jade pendant clearly meant she had fallen for Shui Qing. However, Douluo still intended to give his granddaughter a word of caution. Yanner, the first Prince Shui Qing is not simple. You must be careful when befriending him. Douluo said as a matter of course Senior is not simple, otherwise how could he help us detoxify? And Grandpa, the injuries on your body, you probably got them at Senior's residence, right? Douluo's smile froze. His good mood from getting the antidote tonight was ruined by his granddaughter. She was bringing up an unpleasant topic. Yanner, I mean, His Highness the First Prince Shui Qing, might not be the original First Prince. Douluo voiced his suspicion. What kind of place was the Heaven Do imperial family? As a native Heaven Do person, how could he not know? The Shui family inherited the swan spirit, and their spirit power cultivation level was not high. They relied entirely on the 7 treasure glazed tile school to support them, otherwise, they would have been overthrown long ago. But the Shui Qing he met today was not only knowledgeable but also had research into spirit power and meridians. Douluo was sure that the Heaven Do imperial family could not cultivate such a talent. That Shui Qing might have been replaced by the prince replaced by a civet cat, a tanuki for the crown prince, and even if he had the Heaven Do imperial family bloodline, he should have been secretly cultivated by Spirit Hall. Grandpa, what do you mean? Douluo asked. Douluo rephrased, this current shui qing is probably not the shui qing from before. Yanner, I've only told you this. You must never speak of it, or our lives will be in danger. Grandpa, I'm not a child anymore. Douluo Yan said. At the same time, she added in her heart, how could I reveal Senior's secret? Good, as long as you understand, don't get too deeply involved. Douluo reminded. After speaking, he prepared to return to his cultivation room to try the method Shui Qing suggested, forcing the poison into his spirit bone. Douluo Yan watched Douluo leave, then picked up the jade pendant by her bed, lost in thought. After a while, she finally made up her mind, you cured my poison and saved me. No matter who you are, I won't mind. I wonder if Senior's appearance is real or fake. If it's fake, what would his true appearance be like? Douluo Yan thought curiously, becoming intrigued by Shui Qinghei's true identity and even his appearance. But these must be secrets, and she certainly wouldn't make things difficult for Shui Qing. Inside Thunder Academy, in a small courtyard, a woman dressed in a long cyan cloth dress was playing a zither. The zither's melody was lingering and melancholic. Bibi Dong stood outside the courtyard, her thoughts stirred by the music and singing within. I have taken control of Spirit Hall, yet I still cannot find you, Qian. Where exactly are you? Are you hiding from me? Or have you not yet come into this world? After a long while, the zither music in the courtyard gradually faded, and only then did Bibi Dong enter the courtyard. The woman in the courtyard wore a loose cyan cloth dress, but it couldn't hide her fiery figure. It was Lu Erlong. Bibi Dong. No, it should be Supreme Pontiff, Your Excellency. What brings you to my place? Bibi Dong looked at Lu Erlong and teased, what? Is this song not meant for me? Lu Erlong rolled her eyes at Bibi Dong. She wasn't a lesbian, so why would she be thinking of Bibi Dong? Tell me, what instructions does Supreme Pontiff Your Excellency have for me? Lu Erlong asked. Bibi Dong shook her head, don't be so distant. In private, you can still call me Bibi Dong. I'm preparing to go to sea to hunt for spirit rings. You've been accumulating your cultivation level, and it's time for you to break through to Spirit Douluo. Why don't you come with me? Lu Erlong had consumed the coxcomb phoenix sunflower back then, and her spirit was the ultimate fire dragon. The cultivation speed of an ultimate spirit wasn't particularly fast. But her spirit power had long since reached rank 80, she had just been continuously refining her spirit power and physique. Bibi Dong naturally knew her situation, which was why she invited her to go to sea together. Perhaps she could help Lu Erlong also secure a 100,000-year spirit ring. Okay, Lu Erlong agreed. Although she was currently the Dean of Thunder Academy, she actually didn't have much to do, so accompanying Bibi Dong on a trip was fine. Then pack up, say goodbye to your mother, and we'll depart. Bibi Dong said. Before long, Bibi Dong took Lu Erlong and rushed towards the ice and fire yin-yang well. She was going there to collect some spring water from the ice and fire yin-yang well, to deal with the 100,000-year spirit beast in the sea. But Lu Erlong didn't know this, and she asked curiously, are you going to Sunset Forest to hunt spirit beasts? According to her understanding, Bibi Dong's pursuit should be a 100,000-year spirit beast, but where would one find a 100,000-year spirit beast in Sunset Forest? Bibi Dong shook her head, no, I'll tell you when we get there. Lu Erlong didn't speak, following Bibi Dong towards the center of Sunset Forest. As she walked this path, she grew increasingly strange. Isn't this the way to the ice and fire yin-yang well? Lu Erlong couldn't forget that Qian had once brought her here to pick several spiritual herbs to save her mother. This place was not only a blessed land that saved her mother but also provided an opportunity for her spirit to evolve. Before long, Bibi Dong led her into the valley of the ice and fire yin-yang well. It was still the same, filled with miasma, making it difficult for living beings to approach. It really is here. Why does Bibi Dong also know about this place? Lu Erlong began to suspect, could Bibi Dong also know Qian? After entering the ice and fire yin-yang well, Bibi Dong glanced at the herb garden. She had gathered many spiritual herbs back then to win over people and reward her subordinates. And the medicinal herbs she replanted had grown into spiritual herbs again so quickly. This place is truly magical. Bibi Dong exclaimed. If it weren't for her fear that Qian might not be able to approach here and gather spiritual herbs in the future, she would have long since sent people to claim it as her private herb garden. Bibi Dong scanned the area and found no changes, indicating that no one had been here for years. Alas, you still haven't come, have you? Bibi Dong sighed. She came to the pool at the center of the valley, took out some specially made yin-yang jade bottles, and filled them with the spring water. This was Qian's suggestion to her, to use this terrifying spring water to hunt 100,000-year spirit beasts. She had tried it before, and it worked very well under certain conditions, so she came here again to collect water. After collecting a large number of jade bottles of spring water, Bibi Dong gave a few jade bottles to Lu Erlong. Erlong, take these few bottles of spring water. What is this? Lu Erlong asked curiously. This is the core that formed this treasure land, the spring water of extreme cold and extreme heat. As long as you can inject it into an enemy's body, even if the opponent is 100,000-year spirit beast, they will obediently die. His tilde, Lu Erlong was a bit surprised. Could such a small bottle of spring water really have such an effect? Chapter 57, Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong settle accounts. 100,000-year spirit beast is a spirit beast that even a titled Douluo must fear. This small jade bottle actually contains something capable of dealing with 100,000-year spirit beast. Erlong, if you don't believe me, you can try the power of this spring water. Said Bibi Dong. With spirit power defense, Lu Erlong should be able to touch the spring water for a while, but if the water enters her body, she will definitely be severely injured. All right. Lu Erlong put away the spiral jade bottle and came to the side of the pool. Her spirit is the ultimate fire dragon. After absorbing the 10-headed fierce young serpent's inner elixir, although she didn't grow extra dragon heads, she gained other benefits. Now, she possesses the aura of the serpent supremacy, making her immune to all poisons. The miasma here is no longer a threat to her. Furthermore, although her fire dragon martial soul didn't transform into a 10-headed fire dragon, it condensed a dragon pearl. With the dragon pearl's enhancement, her strength can rise by a level. Lu Erlong came to the side of the pool, put her hand into the spring water, and felt its power. Hiss. Lu Erlong was extremely shocked, even she felt a scorching heat from this red spring water. One must know that she had already cultivated her fire dragon martial soul deeply, yet she still couldn't withstand the spring water here. Lu Erlong retracted the hand she had dipped into the spring water, then looked at the milky white spring water next to it. The two types of spring water were clearly separated and opposed each other, indicating that their powers were comparable. Lu Erlong circulated her spirit power, placed her hand into the milky white spring water, and a bone-chilling coldness struck her. Sure enough, she also couldn't resist this coldness for too long. If these two types of spring water were forced into the body, the consequences would be unimaginable. Only then did Lu Erlong believe Bibi Dong's words. This spring water indeed had special effects under certain conditions. How was it? I didn't lie to you, did I? Bibi Dong smiled. In the years she had been Supreme Pontiff, her authority had grown daily, but facing her old friend Lu Erlong, she could still open up her heart. This spring water is indeed formidable, but you are even more terrifying than it is. Lu Erlong exclaimed. She had noticed earlier that when Bibi Dong collected these two types of spring water, she had put her hands in and endured the effects for a long time. Hee, that's my little secret. Do you need any spirit medicines? We'll descend the mountain once you've finished gathering them, said Bibi Dong. Lu Erlong gathered a few spirit medicines, intending to use them to nourish her mother's health or to nurture her disciples, and then descended the mountain with Bibi Dong. Erlong, I need your help with something, said Bibi Dong. You're already the Supreme Pontiff, what could you possibly need my help with? It couldn't be related to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, could it? Lu Erlong asked. My father and I control most of the external affiliated forces, but we are still far from controlling the internal affairs of the family. Our cultivation level is still insufficient. Lu Erlong now controls Thunder Academy, and many family disciples are considered her students. However, her strength is also enough to convince the clansmen. Apart from the clan chief, virtually no one is her opponent. It's not about that, it's about helping me find someone. said Bibi Dong. She dared not use the power of Spirit Hall openly to search for Qian, fearing that Qian might be targeted and killed by some fallen ones or even sects. If the enemies of Spirit Hall knew that Bibi Dong was looking for a spirit master who wasn't very strong, they could use him to threaten her. She didn't trust many people, and Lu Erlong was one of them, so she wanted Lu Erlong to help look out for him. Who are you looking for? Lu Erlong asked. His name is Qian. Perhaps he hasn't been born yet, or perhaps he is already a spirit master, but he will definitely make a name for himself. As soon as Bibi Dong finished speaking, Lu Erlong's breath hitched, and her voice became sharp. Who did you say you were looking for? The Qian she was looking for, was he the Qian she knew, her benefactor? No wonder Bibi Dong also knew about the ice and fire yin-yang well. Did she know Qian too? Bibi Dong found Lu Erlong's change strange, but she didn't dwell on it and gave Lu Erlong information about Qian. Benefactor, he is actually from the future. No wonder he hasn't come to see me yet. Lu Erlong felt both sad and fortunate. She was sad that her benefactor didn't tell her such important information, but fortunate that her benefactor wasn't intentionally avoiding her. Bibi Dong, what does that Qian you mentioned look like? Lu Erlong asked. Bibi Dong glanced at Lu Erlong, feeling that Lu Erlong's expression was somewhat off. But she still shook her head and truthfully said, I don't know what he looks like. I haven't met him either. What? You haven't met him either? Were you possessed by him too? Lu Erlong blurted out. Bibi Dong's long, narrow eyes slightly narrowed, and she looked at Lu Erlong with a hint of danger. What does, you were possessed by him too, mean? Was someone else possessed by him besides me? As soon as Lu Erlong finished speaking, she knew she had said the wrong thing. Erlong, were you possessed by him too? That's right, no wonder he told me to recruit you, so this was the reason. Bibi Dong suddenly understood, realizing everything. The two looked at each other, like looking at a confidant, yet also like looking at an enemy. Erlong, I won't trouble you with finding him, I'll handle it myself, said Bibi Dong. Lu Erlong had just received the information, how could she give up? Bibi Dong, this is no trouble at all. As the Supreme Pontiff, you are busy with official duties, leave the search for him to me. I have experience managing Thunder Academy, and I plan to establish a Heavenly Dragon Academy. According to your description, with Qian's talent, he will certainly make a name for himself. I want to build the academy into one famous throughout the continent. If he doesn't join Spirit Hall, he will definitely join Heavenly Dragon Academy. Watching the resolute Lu Erlong, Bibi Dong's heart sank. She felt she had made a terrible mistake. But she hadn't expected that Qian had possessed not only her body but also Lu Erlong's. However, she couldn't very well stop Lu Erlong, so she could only let her search for Qian. But she also had to intervene. Erlong, since you are establishing an academy, I can provide some support. Your disciple Qinming is part of the golden generation of Spirit Hall, and the champion of this year's Spirit Master Tournament. He is about to break through to Spirit Emperor, and he has experience participating in the Spirit Master Tournament, so let him assist you in founding the academy. Qinming had been cultivating in Spirit Hall for the past decade and had little contact with his teacher, Lu Erlong. This Qinming was nominally Lu Erlong's disciple, but he was essentially Bibi Dong's disciple and one of her staunchest supporters. Qinming winning the championship of this Spirit Master Tournament also saved a lot of face for Bibi Dong. By assigning Qinming to Lu Erlong, she could also prevent Lu Erlong from keeping Qian all to herself after finding him. Lu Erlong pursed her lips but did not refuse. If Bibi Dong hadn't mentioned him, she would have almost forgotten about this good disciple. Chapter 58, The Plant Academy's Recruitment. Qian didn't know that Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong had already started looking for him. He had already returned to his body 8 years later and was currently earning gold coins by participating in spirit fights at the Sylph's Great Spirit Arena. In the stands, a white-haired elder was staring intently at the arena below. Dean Lin, our academy's 7-person team isn't at this spirit arena. Should I take you there? The elder waved his hand and said, wait a little longer. The young teacher beside him didn't know whether to laugh or cry, thinking, you've already watched 2 matches in this arena. If the team matches weren't later than the solo matches, you would have missed our academy students' competition. The next moment, the elder suddenly stood up and couldn't help but applaud. What a powerful young man. To be able to use at least 4 spirit abilities with the cultivation level of a 2-ring spirit master, truly remarkable. What? 4 spirit abilities? How can spirit masters of the same level fight him then? The teacher beside him exclaimed. Qian finished his fight and collected his reward. Then he went to an secluded corner, changed his appearance, and collected the money he won from betting. Sigh, I'm a silver spirit fighter now. It's going to be hard to find opponents of the same rank again. Qian said, feeling a bit helpless. It was like playing ranked games. Every time his rank increased, it became difficult to find opponents. According to the rules of the Great Spirit Arena, he could participate in Spirit Elder Spirit fights 1 rank higher, matching a Silver Spirit fighter against a Spirit Elder level Bronze Spirit fighter. But there was no need. He had already earned a lot of money recently. The most important thing was to focus on cultivating and improving his spirit power. In these past 10 days or so, he had already earned over 12,000 gold coins, most of which came from betting on himself. If the solo spirit fight pool wasn't so small and there weren't so few people betting, he could have earned even more. Sigh, thankfully I have a gold spirit coin card. Otherwise, without a spirit tool for storage, I wouldn't know how to carry all this money. Qian put away the gold coin black card from the Continental General Bank and left the Great Spirit Arena. As soon as he left the Great Spirit Arena, he was stopped by a gaunt old man. Qian's heart sank. Had his violation of the rules, betting on himself as a contestant, been discovered? Had some expert seen through his disguise spirit ability when he went to collect his money? Young friend, please wait. I am Lin Tianqing, the Dean of the Plant Academy. The elder introduced himself. Dean Lin, what can I do for you? Qian breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that it wasn't someone from the Great Spirit Arena. Dean Lin looked at Qian with burning eyes. Young friend, is your spirit the blue-silver grass? Qian nodded, already guessing Dean Lin's intentions. Young friend, I just watched your 2 spirit fights. You fought exceptionally well. You were the strongest blue-silver grass spirit master I have ever seen. I wonder, young friend, if you are interested in joining the Plant Academy for cultivation. Hearing the elder's invitation, Qian finally relaxed. It was good that he wasn't here to harm him. Thank you for your kindness, Dean Lin. I have my own cultivation plans and I'm afraid I cannot join the Plant Academy. Qian refused. He now had the ability to hunt for spirit rings himself, so his desire to join an academy wasn't as strong. Moreover, his spirit had awakened into the Blue-Silver King, and the most suitable cultivation environment for him was the Blue-Silver Forest, not the Plant Academy. Before the elder could speak, the middle-aged man beside him frowned. Kid, are you really not going to consider it? Our Plant Academy is the most suitable academy for cultivating plant spirits. Your spirit is blue-silver grass, and its potential is inherently not high. Only by joining the Plant Academy can you maximize the development of your spirit's potential. By joining the Plant Academy, you will also have the chance to participate in the All-Continent Spirit Master Tournament after next. Our Plant Academy is one of the 2 most powerful high-level Spirit Master Academies in the Sylph's Kingdom. In every Spirit Master Tournament, we are guaranteed a spot to compete in Spirit City. Qian still shook his head. Thank you for your kind intentions, teacher, but I still prefer to cultivate on my own. With that, he bid farewell to the 2 and turned to disappear into the night. This kid, he really doesn't know what's good for him. Blue-silver grass is just a trash spirit. The middle-aged teacher grumbled. Dean Lin also sighed. What he valued was Qian's comprehension in creating his own spirit abilities. He didn't think much of the blue-silver grass spirit either. Normally, their academy would not recruit blue-silver grass spirit masters. Because such spirit masters usually found it difficult to even break through to level 30, failing to meet the academy's graduation requirements. Their academy generally recruited those with spirits like thorns, azure vine, and various mutated plant spirits. Dean, our academy's spirit fight competition is about to start. Let's go watch. The next day, after Qi Tian returned from his spirit transmigration with Qian Runshui. Sylve City Auction House. Sylve City is the royal capital of the Sylve's kingdom. Although not as prosperous as Heaven Do City, it also has an auction house. However, Qi Tian wasn't here for an auction, but to directly purchase whale glue. These days, he occasionally wandered among the various merchant guilds in Sylve City, but he hadn't found any satisfactory whale glue. Half an hour later, Qi Tian left the grand auction house with 3 pieces of clear, yellow, 10,000-year whale glue. Tisk tisk, so expensive. Even whale glue now costs 3,000 gold coins per piece. Qi Tian said helplessly. However, 10,000 years later, this price would only buy 1,000-year whale glue. After buying the whale glue, Qi Tian left the city, preparing to head to the blue-silver forest to cultivate. At this moment, he seemed to sense something and immediately quickened his pace, heading towards the blue-silver forest. 2 middle-aged spirit masters trailed far behind him. They looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Hee, this fat sheep is really foolish. He even voluntarily left the city, saving us a lot of trouble. Hurry up and follow him, don't lose him. It would be a great pity to lose a fat sheep who can take out 9,000 gold coins. I know, I've already memorized his scent. He can't escape. Outside the city, one of the middle-aged spirit masters actually used martial soul possession, and his body became covered in dog fur. His spirit was actually a hunting dog, capable of tracking targets through scent. Heaven and earth without bounds, tracking for thousands of miles. Over here, let's chase. More than half an hour later, the two found themselves chasing into an unknown forest. This kid, his legs are quite nimble. He actually ran nearly 100 li in one go. Be careful, the scent has disappeared. He's nearby. Both of them used martial soul possession, one a hunting dog and the other a porcupine. White, yellow, and yellow spirit rings pulsed beneath their feet, clearly indicating they were both spirit elders. The scent disappeared over there. The hunting dog spirit master pointed to a thicket. Chase. The two quickly plunged into the thicket, only to see a small bundle on the ground, containing 3 pieces of yellow whale glue. Where's that kid? At this moment, the surrounding blue-silver grass seemed to come alive, transforming into blue spears that stabbed towards the two. They had no time to react and were pierced through the heart by several spears. A good thing I was 1 step ahead. Spirit power light bloomed, and a humanoid old vine not far away disappeared, transforming into Qi Tian. Chapter 59, Establishing My Own Forest. This old vine was precisely what Qi Tian had transformed into using his first spirit ability. Neither of these spirit masters had stronger mental force than him, so they didn't notice anything unusual. The 2 spirit elders entered his blue-silver grass home ground and were instantly killed by his blue-silver spear formation. However, Qi Tian's consumption was also significant, emptying his spirit power of over 20 levels. What caliber, daring to rob me? Qi Tian used his blue-silver grass spirit to wrap around their daggers and delivered a supplementary strike to each of them. Only after confirming they had no signs of life did Qi Tian dare to approach and examine their situation. How unlucky, why is there nothing? With their spirit elder cultivation level, they could receive a monthly subsidy of 100 gold coins from Spirit Hall. Logically, they shouldn't be penniless. Suddenly, Qi Tian noticed a silver-white bracelet inlaid with a sapphire on the wrist of the fatter porcupine spirit master. Could it be? Qi Tian took off the silver bracelet from his wrist and tried to infuse spirit power into it. Indeed, his spirit power seeped into the sapphire, revealing a dimensional space more than 3 meters square inside. A storage spirit tool. Qi Tian hadn't expected these 2 bandits to have such a good item. What's inside? Qi Tian took out the contents of the storage spirit tool. There was a small pile of gold coins, a spirit soul handbook, some unknown powder, and a large stack of colorful women's intimate clothing. Qi Tian discarded the useless items and then put the bracelet on his own wrist. From today onwards, I also have a storage spirit tool. Qi Tian picked up the 2 spirit master bandits and threw them into a clump of blood-colored thorns deep in the forest. These were blood-sucking thorns. As the thorny branches undulated, the 2 spirit masters were swallowed by the plants in an instant. Qi Tian turned and left. Having stayed in Slaughter City, he felt no emotional fluctuation facing such a minor scene. Those who kill will be killed. However, Qian also planned to cultivate diligently for a while. He couldn't guarantee that the next bandits he encountered would still be such inferior spirit masters. Qian sat cross-legged in the blue-silver grass patch at the edge of the forest, cultivating his blue-silver domain and circulating mysterious heaven skill to restore his state. "Child, come here quickly." Just then, the mental force of the blue-silver king came from deep within the forest. Qian opened his eyes, unsure why the blue-silver king was looking for him, but he still entered the forest and came before it. "Blue-silver king, what do you need me for?" Qian asked. The blue-silver king glanced at Qian and said, "Child, your spirit has undergone a second awakening. You shouldn't keep cultivating here." Qian frowned. Was it trying to drive him away? As a king, you should cultivate your own subjects. Only then can your cultivation level improve faster. Qian's eyes lit up. All right, he had misunderstood the blue-silver king. "Please enlighten me, blue-silver king." Qian bowed. "Go find a forest without a king, cultivate your blue-silver spirit and domain there, and release your primordial aura. The blue-silver grass and other plant spirit beasts there will evolve because of you, and you will gain considerable benefits." The blue-silver king shared all its experience with Qian. After speaking, it fell silent, as if it had fallen into a deep slumber. "Sigh, plant spirit beasts are so willful. They sleep whenever they want and it doesn't even hinder their cultivation." Qian looked at the sleeping blue-silver king, didn't disturb it further, and left the blue-silver forest. However, with the blue-silver king's guidance, Qian now knew what he needed to do. He didn't go far, instead choosing a forest only about 10 li away from the blue-silver forest. This way, even if he encountered danger, he could seek help in the blue-silver forest. Qian went to the town to buy tools, built a wooden house in the forest, and prepared to settle down there, establishing it as his base. "Having a storage spirit tool is so convenient," Qian exclaimed. On this trip, he directly gathered all daily necessities, various tools, and food, enough for him to cultivate in seclusion for a long time. After completing all this, Qian took out the whale glue, roasted it soft, and consumed it. His true dragon physique and body martial soul could both be strengthened by this, preparing for his future metamorphosis. In the year 2632 of the Douluo calendar, Qian once again awoke inside Qian Runshui's body. Unknowingly, Qian had already spent over a year with Qian Runshui. The two had long grown accustomed to each other's presence. Qian Runshui, who had lost her father, even regarded Qian as her reliance. "Has anything happened in Heaven Do City these past few days?" Qian asked. Qian Runshui was only possessed by Qian once every 3 days, so Qian was completely unaware of what happened in between. "Yes, Douluo's snake poison has been controlled, and he even benefited from the misfortune, breaking through to level 90 spirit power," Qian Runshui said. "That's good news. Congratulations on gaining another titled Douluo guard," Qian said. In the original work, after Douluo broke through to titled Douluo, his cultivation level stagnated for over 10 years without any progress. Now, Douluo should have a chance to cultivate to level 95. As for level 96, that would depend on his comprehension. Anything else? Qian Runshui continued. Luer Long, the Dean of Thunder Academy, has broken through to Spirit Douluo and established a new academy called Heavenly Dragon Academy. She invited me to the inauguration ceremony. Who? Qian was stunned. Luer Long. According to information from Spirit Hall, she is the illegitimate daughter of Yu Luomian of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Only then did Qian confirm that he hadn't misheard. He hadn't expected Luer Long to not only break through to Spirit Douluo but also become the Dean of Thunder Academy. But shouldn't she be establishing Blue Tyrant Academy? What in the world is this Heavenly Dragon Academy? Could this also be a butterfly effect caused by his appearance? Qian chatted with Qian Runshui for a while, then got up to wash, transformed into Shui Qinghei's appearance, and went to the Spirit Master Academy for school. He had already graduated early and entered the Intermediate Spirit Master Academy section. However, these academies were all branches of Heaven Do Royal Academy, and besides the teaching content, there weren't any major changes. It's worth mentioning that Du Guyan, Yi Lingling, and Shui Qinghei's follower, Zhe Zan, all chose to graduate early and entered the Intermediate Spirit Master Academy together. As soon as Qi Tian entered the classroom, he saw Du Guyan, an enchanting young woman, sitting next to his seat. It's worth mentioning that after Du Guyan's green-scaled snake poison was resolved, her hair didn't return to black, remaining light green. However, the color of her pupils, lips, and other areas had returned to normal. "Senior, you're here." Du Guyan's cold and beautiful expression changed, and she greeted him with a smile. Qi Tian maintained a spring-like smile on his face. "Yanner, we're in the same class now. I'm no longer your senior. I'm just used to it. If senior doesn't like this address, I can change it." Zhe Zan, standing behind her, watched this scene dumbfounded, goosebumps rising on his skin. He couldn't imagine that the snake girl who had poisoned him could make such an expression. "No need, whatever you like." Qi Tian sat down in his seat and chatted with Du Guyan for a while. "All right, Yanner, class is about to start. Go back to your own seat." Qi Tian said. Du Guyan stood up, and Zhe Zan was in tears. He finally had a seat. "Alas, I only regret not being a woman, otherwise I would surely also receive the favor of the first prince." Chapter 60. Mission accomplished, Divine Artifact Reward. Under Qi Tian's subtle influence, Qian Runshui's arrogance had lessened somewhat. In the original work, the only opponent she regarded was Tang San, and the only relatives she valued were Qian Douluo and Bibi Dong. Although she appeared approachable while impersonating Shui Qing, in reality, she looked down on everyone except those three people. Fortunately, she was still young and capable of listening to Qi Tian's advice. Following Qi Tian's suggestion, she accepted Zhe Zan's allegiance and prepared to cultivate her own people within the Heaven Do Empire military. The Zhe clan was the authoritative family in the Heaven Do military. Controlling the Zhe clan was equivalent to controlling the Heaven Do Empire's army. Unlike the original situation, where Qian Runshui only controlled a fraction of the city defense army, and most of those soldiers were from Spirit Hall. With Qian Runshui's tacit approval, Zhe Zan became her deskmate at the Spirit Master Academy. Just showing this slight attitude was enough to make Zhe Zan excited to die in service to her. "Uncle Gui, stop exchanging glances with Du Guyan. What am I supposed to do about this?" Although she was impersonating Shui Qing, she was fundamentally still a girl and felt nothing for Du Guyan. "Du Guyan seems to have noticed something unusual about us. Look, a few days ago, she stopped waiting for me in Zhe Zan's seat." Qi Tian was stunned. Was this the legendary female intuition? Could Du Guyan have realized that he only performed possession on Qian Runshui every 3 days? "Shuiye, your attitude must be wrong. You are currently impersonating a man, you need to show interest in women." Qi Tian pinned all these problems on Qian Runshui. Qian Runshui was speechless and quickly said, "Let's not talk about this. Hurry up and tell me a story." As soon as class started, Qian Runshui began urging Qi Tian to make up a story for her. Qi Tian had long run out of his existing stock of stories, so he could only tell her some web novel stories. Conveniently, many web novel stories follow the trope of, there is always someone better, and a higher heaven beyond the current one, where if you beat the young one, the old one appears. There are also tropes like, unrivaled in the world, enemies from heaven, which perfectly served to temper Qian Runshui's arrogance. In the blink of an eye, over a year had passed, and Qi Tian was almost 11. And 4 years had passed for Qian Runshui. In these 4 years, Qi Tian watched Qian Runshui transform from a 9-year-old girl into a mentally mature young woman. She personally executed some of Shui Yi's other sons and crippled others, while firmly securing the position of crown prince for herself. She had Du Gubo supporting her openly, so even if Shui Yi knew she murdered his sons, he still had to give her the position of crown prince. If Spirit Hall hadn't been ready yet, Qian Runshui would have even wanted to emulate the characters in Qi Tian's stories and launch a Xuanwu Gate incident. On this day, just as Qi Tian performed possession on Qian Runshui, he received a system notification. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations, host. Qian Runshui's personality has been slightly altered. The mission to possess Qian Runshui has concluded. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Mission reward. A open black lens bracket divine artifact. Close black lens bracket has been issued. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. After the mission ends, the host will no longer be able to possess the target Qian Runshui. Please handle any potential repercussions yourself. Close black lens bracket. It's done just like that. Qi Tian was stunned. This was a cultivation cheat that provided 20 levels of innate spirit power. Could he really not use it anymore? In this past year or so, his spirit power had directly increased from rank 22 to rank 29. More than half of that spirit power was cultivated using Qian Runshui's body. If he could no longer possess Qian Runshui to cultivate, Qi Tian's cultivation speed would definitely drop significantly. Qi Tian touched his chest. What used to be a small bun was now a large steamed bun. Qian Runshui's soul, huddled in the sea of consciousness, was already too exhausted to complain about Qi Tian's actions. In these 4 years, she had lost count of how many times Qi Tian had done this action. She had long since grown accustomed to it. But today, she felt Qi Tian's strength was a bit greater, and the grip hurt slightly. Uncle Gui, what are you doing? Qian Runshui reminded him. My apologies, I was distracted. Qi Tian explained. Qi Tian snapped out of his daze, released his hand, and said, Shui, this should be the last time I borrow your body. Uncle Gui, are you serious? Qian Runshui didn't know if she felt reluctance or relief. Qi Tian nodded and said, of course it's true. I am going back to my original world. Your original world? Is that the world from your stories? Qian Runshui asked. Qi Tian neither answered nor denied it. The original world he spoke of was actually still on the Douluo continent. He was merely returning to his own body. If Qian Runshui misunderstood, then let her misunderstand. Sensing Qi Tian's silence, Qian Runshui thought he was reluctant to leave her. Uncle Gui, can you tell me your name and appearance? Maybe I'll go to your world to find you someday. Influenced by the stories Qi Tian had fabricated, Qian Runshui's horizons were no longer limited to the Douluo continent. She now genuinely believed that there was always a higher heaven and a stronger master, and her arrogance had subsided considerably. If she were to encounter Tang San again, she probably wouldn't show mercy to her enemy. There are plenty of equally matched opponents in the God realm. Name and appearance. Qi Tian hesitated because he didn't know if this was a parallel world or the past timeline of his own world. For over a year, he had been cultivating secretly in the forest, ignoring outside affairs, and hadn't investigated this truth. Forget it. I haven't done anything offensive anyway, so telling her won't hurt. Qi Tian stood up, walked over to the mirror, activated the Wisdom Spirit Bones ability, and transformed into his own appearance. His own first spirit ability was also this, and he was so proficient with it that he succeeded instantly. Shui, my name is Qi Tian, and this is what I originally look like. Reflected in the mirror was a handsome youth with a high nose bridge and eyes like stars. After his spirit awakened as the Blue-Silver King, his already decent looks became even more handsome. However, due to the presence of the body martial soul, Qi Tian still looked very robust, not like a woman. Why are you so young? Qian Runshui looked at the figure in the mirror, wondering what to think. She had always thought Qi Tian was a mature older man, imagining him to look like her father, Qian Xunji. Qian Runshui had taken his constant earnest teachings as a father's love for his daughter. Only now did she realize that Qi Tian was actually just a youth. Thinking about how Qi Tian had massaged her pectoral muscles every day for 4 years, she couldn't help but imagine the youth in the mirror doing the same actions. How embarrassing. She felt that her vague feelings seemed to be changing nature. What? I can't be this young. Qi Tian asked. HMPH, you didn't say anything earlier. You made me call you uncle for 4 years, and you took advantage of me for 4 years. Qian Runshui grumbled.